Okay, Karen, the recording has started.
Okay. I'm going to call to order the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting for March 8th, 2023. And welcome to everyone who's here. I'm Karen Holweg. I'm the chair of the Open Space Board of Trustees. And now for the roll call. John Carroll.
Present.
Michelle Estrella.
Here.
Caroline Miller.
Present.
Dave Kunst.
Here.
So everyone is here. And now, Leah, would you please read the rules of the meeting?
Yes. Oh, how do I see that, Tom? Maybe. If I can't expand the view, then I'll just read it. Thank you for your patience. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, and board members, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement process, please visit the website listed here. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. And to sign up to speak, you can use the raise hand function or send me a chat. The raise hand function is in the participants box on the lower left-hand side of your screen. Then go to the three little dots and then click on raise hand. If you're on the phone, which I don't think I saw anybody, but you can press *9 and I can go over those again for each section.
Great. Thank you very much, Leah. The agenda for tonight is pretty much our standard agenda. We have the approval of minutes, then public comment, then matters from the board. And we have two items on the agenda for a public hearing tonight. The first is the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie Natural Area and White Rocks Natural Area updates and amendments, and the proposal to create a Coal Creek Tallgrass Prairie Natural Area. And the second item that's open for public participation is the request for a water line at Boulder Valley Farm open space. And one adjustment to the agenda that I want to announce is that under matters from the department, we're going to switch the sequence so that the tribal nation consultation and engagement update is going to come first. And then the science and climate resilience update about adaptive management is going to come second. So let's get started with approval of the minutes. And I'd like to take these one page at a time. The 4 pages. So does anyone have a revision for page 1?
Here and I have a suggested revision for Larry McDonald's comment. And Leah, this is for, who's doing it. This is going to be a little long, but I didn't feel that what was in the draft minutes actually captured what Larry was saying. So here's my suggested revision. Larry McDonald spoke that e-bike were not identified in the city charter as a passive recreation use of open space lands, and that including e-bikes as passive recreation required a vote of the people to change the charter. And the other thing I was going to suggest, I think, when former board members make formal comments, I think it's worth in the minutes, identifying that, and so for Larry as a former OSBT member, I would suggest adding as well.
Yeah, I would appreciate that moving forward because he said he was a former.
Right. And when people are, if they're reviewing the minutes in the future, I think it would be good for people to know that, former board members are still participating on occasion.
So can I just chime in? Wait, I think that the minutes, particularly when we talk about public participation, ought to be succinct and not try to capture entirely what they are saying. Otherwise, we will have multiple paragraphs per person. But I mean, stating their position, I think, was kind of a lot for me to kind of grapple with, rather than this person spoke on this particular topic. But because we're just going to get down this rabbit hole of, well, we should give somebody else a couple of more sentences. So if there is I think that this sentence kind of covers that in a one sentence.
But I don't think it said what he said. It says he spoke against changing the charter, and that's not what he said, because I listened to the recording today.
Yeah, it's confusing. That's what I'm concerned about. And so I thought that it was at least appropriate to add some additional details so it was clear on kind of what he said, because it wasn't exactly that he said that changing the charter, he said the charter would need to be changed.
Right.
And so that's different than what's here. And I just thought it was to provide a little detail for that opinion would be helpful. And I agree with you in general, but I think the minutes ought to reflect, or capture the essence of whatever the comment was as accurately as they can. So.
Dave, would you be okay with sort of half of what you've said? Something like Larry McDonald spoke about the need to change the charter by a vote of the people if we were to redefine passive recreation to include e-bikes?
Yeah, that would be
that's
fine.
sort of half as long as, is that okay with you?
I always
Okay.
go for the whole rather than the half, but the half will work here. And in general, I
Over
agree.
again or not?
So did.
As Karen read it, yes.
Okay, then what about identifying past board members?
That would be a new practice starting today. So if that's what you'd like, we have not done that in the past.
Well, I think Karen is positioning herself in the future to mention
With a lot of asterisks.
3 sentences minimum.
Well, if we vote to approve, then basically that would be the action to say that we think that the.
Well, but we've got to agree whether we want to, as a practice, as a change in practice, as Leah's saying, whether we want to do that from here forward.
I think if you look at the minutes as a historical record and it just being an archive, that having that, if you're going through in the past and being able to identify that for current or future trustees, I feel like that would be helpful more than neutral or the other direction. I would like that if I was going through minutes to look at different things and be able to see that. I would think that could be helpful.
I'm not opposed to it.
Okay.
Great.
Is that settled then?
Any other revisions on page 1?
Approved by accident.
That's good wording, yeah.
Any Any other revisions on page 1? No? Okay, page 2. I have a question for you, Michelle, on the 4th line, where it says centralized. I'm wondering if that means standardized or if you meant centralized. Fourth line on the top of page 2.
Oh. I think you're right.
Standardized instead of centralized?
Still not centralized. Oh, we asked if it offers support can be centralized across boards so that members can turn down offerings.
I think that was your point, which is why I'm asking you about it.
Consistent across all, rather than one board gets this. and-
How about consistent?
Yeah, consistent across boards.
Okay. The word centralized, change it to consistent. Okay. Down on the 2 lines below agenda item 4, I have a suggested revision. The board reviewed 2013 through 2018 motions made by OSBT regarding whether e-bikes on open space are allowed under, and then back to the typing there, under the city charter. Comma, if e-bikes are passive recreation, comma, and the disposal and transfer of OSMP paved trails to public works to enable e-bike use. Any questions or comments about that revision?
A lot of detail that's recorded in the actual meeting. But I will let that go.
Anybody else? Okay. Other revisions on page 2. I'd like to know people's opinion about clarifying the wording in the 3 bullets beneath John Carroll's motion. It seems to me that the to read in, I think, an understandable way, it needs to say passive recreation is an allowed use of open space in the city charter.
Say that one more time.
Passive recreation is add the word "and," allowed, and then add use of OSMP in the city charter. And then I would capitalize master plan after 2019. And on the next bullet, I think there needs to be an A before legislative finding, not enough grounds for a legislative finding. And then on the 3rd bullet, at the beginning of the 3rd bullet, I would put changing the definition of the term passive recreation. And then the 2nd bullet beneath that, the BMP is now outdated and overdue for an update. The word "for."
right there, can we say that the VMP is 18 years overdue or 18 years old? And was due an update every 5 years. Something to that effect. It was supposed to be updated every 5 years.
Just to add a little context to this, because I was anticipating this, I just want to go back to Lee and see how we captured this. And I know we wanted to be really careful. And so I think we had it all up on the screen before we left and everybody looked at it and we kind of, I mean, we didn't, I don't think we voted on it, but it's like there. And then we went back and listened to transcripts. And so I'm not saying you all can't agree to just, I just want to provide that context that I think what we had captured here was what was on the screen. So just that is.
It's a great point. I'd be hesitant to change any words that we didn't say during the meeting. I don't want to change it to now. We did make some tweaks, but it was solely based on exact words that were said. So that was the only thing that was changed after the fact.
And I'm not saying that was, there isn't the case here. I just wanted to add this before because I'm sure we're going to go down further and just I wanted to provide that context.
Yeah, and it's tricky because it isn't the motion, but it was supportive of the motion. So it's a good point.
I guess for me, it would be clearer if we said that the VMP was approved in 2005 and is overdue for an update. And so that rather than outdated or 18 years old or whatever, it's basically, people can figure that out. It's 2005, that's almost 20 years. And so that would be my preference for revising that language.
Yeah, and again, I don't think that's exactly what was said, but
It might make it
it's your
clear.
prerogative.
Sometimes what we say isn't very clear.
What was it related to that, Tim? Was it?
Oh, no, I mean, everything that Dave just said, Michelle said, is capturing the spirit of what was said. I think I just wanted to point out that what we had on the screen is saying, okay,
Yeah,
John, Michelle, you good with this? And then we move on. It's now going to be different than what was sort of, yep, we can move on from that. I just wanted to point that out.
My only question is readability.
Mhm.
Where an article is left out or a.
So with that, did we not
Preposition.
say 2005 or 18 years old when we had it up at the meeting? Is that the part that you're talking about?
Yeah, well,
And all that might have been said, I'm just saying like how we captured the bullet points on the screen and that we said, okay, John, Michelle's just capture what you said. We sort of looked at that and then we moved on from it. But I'm sure the word 2005, 18 years old, all that probably did
No, I
come
mean,
up.
but that is a really good point, because if someone was looking at it and they were watching the meeting and then having the minutes in front of them, if it doesn't match, that, that would be an inconsistency. I didn't remember. So I was just asking if we had either or with the dates up there.
But again, I do recall the dates being discussed. I do recall Michelle saying 18 years. So
Yeah.
I just, again, it's your minutes. I just wanted to just point that out.
Well, I gotta tell you that I referenced the Magna Carta in 1215 and that is an idiot. So.
oh my goodness.
I'm okay with leaving the years and the dates out. I think if anybody looked up the VMP, they would know when it was published.
Okay, so what are we changing, if anything, about this third bullet?
The second bullet,
Oh, sorry, second bullet, yep.
I'm okay with leaving it as is.
You don't even think it needs to say overdue for an update? Overdue an update? Oh, I suppose you could say that. Okay. Anything else on page 2? Page 3?
Well, I have a question and then my comment will be based on what we answered the
Are you
question.
at the top of the page or are you?
I'm at the middle and bottom.
Could I address
Yes,
something at the top first?
yep.
I'm wondering if it would be clearer if it says, in the first bullet, city needs to make transportation corridors safe for bicycles. If it, and I think that means if transportation routes are too dangerous for bicycles.
Is it that or public roads or what did we have up? We were talking about it.
Well, it just says it in the minutes.
And that, I think that basically was my comment. And so I was referring to two things actually, Karen. One is the transportation corridors, but the other is transportation in general on, on city streets. So if it,
Oh, okay.
transportation is too dangerous, then, that requires attention for, the transportation component. So
Okay,
that's
so
the it.
you're suggesting replacing it with the word transportation.
Or they, I guess, which would refer to transportation corridors, which preceded it.
In the previous sentence.
All right.
So we either change it to they or substitute the
Right.
word transportation.
Right.
Any other opinions about that?
Maybe I'm still warming up, but what was the, sorry.
We're at the
What's that?
first bullet at the top of page
No,
3.
what is like if transportation corridor versus like public roads? What's the additional? Is there an additional component that is a
Well,
transportation?
bikeways are transportation, a part of the transportation corridors.
Yeah, I think, bike
It's not
paths
just
or
roads.
bike, on-street bike paths.
Okay,
are-
my brain's still switching gears,
So
so,
there are all sorts of transportation elements that relate to bicycle use.
Yeah. that's a
So
good point.
it's like, if they're too dangerous, then we better fix that.
Okay, why don't we replace it with the word transportation?
That's fine for me.
And the other thing that I thought was important as a reference is in the last bullet in that collection at the top of page 3. A phrase that says in the intercept survey, comma, and then 80% blah, 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 56% blah, blah, blah. Anything in the next set of bullets that anybody wants to clarify or revise?
Yeah, I guess I would like to see, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the 9th bullet point down. Just strike after the word fear strike the words of unknown out and allow fear to prevent us from progressing.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's go down to the last part of page 3. Anything in the 2 motions there?
Yes, so my question refers to the language of the next 3 motions. And Janet Michaels unfortunately isn't here, but in the course of our deliberation of those motions, she said that she would review the motion language to make sure it was consistent with the BRC. And so at some point, and what I'm going to suggest is that if people agree, I would put that at the end of all the motions so that it would actually end up being on page 4. Janet,
Right before the words Michelle and John?
yes. All right.
Okay, and what would you like to insert?
So Janet Michaels, CAO, or however we officially reference her, will let me see. We'll review the motions to ensure that they comply legally with the language of the BRC, which is what I think she said that she would do.
So we think she said that exact wording, because I know CIOs very sticklers of exactly what they said, and
Well,
Well, I would say she offered to review
Yeah, I just don't know if she said
the
if
language.
if they would comply legally with. Yes.
Oh,
I mean, we're
The
now
details of what
quoting
she's
her
going
and I just want to be sure that's what she said. That's all I'm saying.
can we say offered to review the motions for compliance with, or for legal compliance? For purposes of legal compliance?
I mean, yeah, probably something a little bit more general. I mean,
Okay,
do you understand what I'm kind of?
well, not really.
Okay.
Because my feeling is she said that she reviewed the language. And so what, I don't know, this isn't an exact quote. If we need an exact quote, we ought to go back to the tape and get that. But all I'm saying is that I'm not quoting her. She just said that she'd review the motion language to ensure that it complied with the BRC. And that's what we offered.
Okay.
We agreed that, yes, we wanted it to comply with, the language of the BRC. So she would be the person to do that.
Okay. I think you took a few words out at that, so that makes me more comfortable.
so do you want to read back what you have, or do you want us to say it?
You might want to say it again. So Janet offered to review the motion language, and then what would you like to say for?
Well, I don't think she offered you. So if we're gonna get to that point, we better go to the tape, because she said she would review this to make sure it complied.
Upon conclusion of the discussion of the motion?
Well, that once we passed the motion, she said, I will, and again, I'm not quoting her,
Yeah.
but she said something to the effect, I will review the motion language to ensure that it complies with BRC, because I said, I'm not sure that, I've got the language exactly as it needs to be.
Yeah, writing ordinance on the spot. She was
Right.
basically saying that's not how we do things, and that before she goes to council, that it would be reviewed with those eyes, so she could inform council
Right.
about this language
So-
versus what might need to happen.
Okay, so reviewed for compliance with the BRC.
Yes, and then we can find that what the actual language was before.
Okay.
The
Right.
minutes are
That would be
finalized,
fine.
if that's okay.
And then just as we name and title her at the beginning of our minutes, it's titled guest Janet Michaels, senior attorney. So I don't know if we want to keep that.
Yeah,
Same.
however we reference her in the
Yeah.
minutes.
I wouldn't refer to a city staff as a guest.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, right.
Oh, we usually do, like when transportation folks or whoever come over. Yeah,
Okay, from a different department in the city.
yeah.
Well, I just put CAO, but whatever her title is or however we reference her, we probably.
We'll use her, yeah, we'll use her
Identifier.
her correct title,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. We're on page 4. The next,
So let me just come back to the
Okay.
original question. So are people okay with having this at the end of all of the motions?
yes,
Okay.
and Leah said that they were going to go back and double check the tape.
Right, great, okay.
Yeah, and I think the city attorney, I think she was saying it's the city attorney's office that's ultimately responsible for drafting ordinance language for council.
Right.
But, so she would have to review it in council.
Okay. Moving on. The next set of bullets under that on page 4. The 3 bullets that are associated with Michelle and John. That for nothing. Okay. The next.
John is unmuting, Karen.
Yeah, sorry. I was gonna say I think I'm okay with those. I don't have anything to add there.
Okay, thanks. The next set of 4 bullets. I'd like to suggest for clarity that it says support e-bikes on multi-use regional trails. Otherwise, it just says support e-bikes, and I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, again, I think that was my comment. It's basically that we're not opposed to e-bikes. In fact, we're not opposed to e-bikes accessing open space trailheads, you know, as a transportation mechanism, but we're not in favor of e-bikes. And I think your language probably is a little clearer on open space trails,
On multi-use regional trails
except or
and trailheads.
Yeah, trailheads are fine. I mean, you know, there's a bike rack and you put your bike on on the bike rack, the trailhead. So getting to trailhead on e-bikes is great.
Yep, and that's pointed out in the visitor master plan as an acceptable access. What I'm concerned about is whether you think it's important to say something about access to trailheads. I don't know that we discussed that.
It would go back to what we were just talking about, that it wasn't talked about during the
It
meeting.
was not.
Correct.
All right. Then the next bullet says support consistent, shouldn't it say regional connectivity?
I'm fine with that if you want to.
And then I think the next paragraph about Michelle's question and Janet Michael's clarification and all is great. Any other comments on page 4?
Yes, I have an addition to that paragraph.
Okay,
And my suggested language is Dave requested staff provide the OSBT with copies of the staff memo and attachments to the council when the matter of e-bikes on open space is on the council meeting agenda.
If you wanted to add that to the end of that paragraph, or
Yeah, I think, I don't,
or a new paragraph?
I don't know.
It doesn't have to do with speaking. It has to do with,
Well, it has to do with contacting or contact the city council, but yeah, either way.
okay, any comments about Dave's suggestion?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
I so move.
Second.
And we'll have a roll call vote. John,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Caroline,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. Minutes are approved as amended by everyone. And now we're ready for public comment. Leah, are there people signed up for public comment?
we didn't have anyone sign up in advance. I've had one person interested so far. If anyone else would like to speak that's on, feel free to raise your hand. It's again in the participants box in the lower left-hand side of your screen. There's 3 little dots that'll allow you to select raise hand. You can also send me a chat, but first we have Lynn Siegel, and Megan is going to start the timer in just a second. So Lynn, hang on one sec.
And please remember that if you have comments about the natural area designations or the water service line on Boulder Valley Farm, to hold those comments for those items later in the agenda.
Thanks, Karen.
Gotcha.
Okay, yep, Lynn, good. You're on, and you can start when you're ready.
Yeah, in the future, could you set up so the minute timer is on one of the windows, so I'm not staring at a big window full of time? Because I like to see your faces as big as I can when I'm speaking to you. And also if you could have the people displayed, I know I have voice recognition for everyone, so I know pretty much who's speaking, but members of the public who are listening don't know. And if you don't display who's speaking at the top of the screen, like it says, I'm speaking at the top of the screen now, for each of those individuals, that would be great. What I wanted to discuss was, for one, I don't think there's any ex officios on any of the other boards, especially Planning Board, Housing Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board. I don't know also what the deficit for the open space is, but thought I've heard in the past that is something like 300 million bucks. If someone could let me know what I'm spewing out to everybody in town, then that would be nice. But meantime, I do know that there is a big deficit. And I think all the things you're going to discuss tonight, they're all about money because they all take money to do these studies or do remediations or do, the Mount Sanitas trail fixing and trail maintenance and operations and maintenance. All of that stuff costs money. And meantime, when I'm following these other boards and I'm seeing Boulder densifying like you would not believe, there needs to be someone, an ex officio on the other, on planning board especially, because they are pushing through every little density increase that they possibly can. Now, as an example, at 2206 Pearl, there's a proposal for 45 units on this tiny space of 300 feet each. And their claim also Transportation Advisory Board. It'd be good to have an ex officio on there. And on these small spaces, they're claiming that they want a parking reduction because of 45% actually, as a result of the fact that the people that are going to live there are going to be using other mobility. And that isn't necessarily the case, for one. And for two, even if they are using other mobility, they're going to have Uber drivers driving up there and delivering cars or picking people up, and there'll be more cars on the road in any case if they're leaving the outside of central Boulder. And that's money. And we need impact fees for each individual, for every project that's coming up, because otherwise you're overwhelmed with the finances of maintaining open space appropriate to the density, the massive density that the city of Boulder is pushing like you've never seen before. Look at this.
Thank you very much, Lynn.
You won't recognize it in another year even.
Thank you.
That is the only person that had their hand raised. I'm just double checking the chat. That was our only one, Karen.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll go on to agenda item 3, which is matters from the board. And since we're going to be talking about several issues regarding our relationships with the tribal nations tonight on the agenda, I'd like to take just a minute, 2 or 3 minutes, to read the city's land acknowledgement, so that we all have that fresh in mind and can reflect on that as we're dealing with these issues regarding tribal nations. The city of Boulder acknowledges the city is on ancestral homelands and unceded territory of Indigenous people who have traversed, lived in, and stewarded lands in the Boulder Valley since time immemorial. These Indigenous nations include the Apache, Arapaho, Cheyenne, Comanche, Pawnee, Shoshone, Sioux, and Ute. We honor and respect the people of these nations and their ancestors. We also recognize that Indigenous knowledge, oral histories, and languages handed down through generations have shaped profound cultural and spiritual connections with Boulder area lands and ecosystems, connections that are sustained and celebrated to this day. The city of Boulder recognizes that those now living and working on these ancestral lands have a responsibility to acknowledge and address the past. The city refutes past justifications for the colonization of Indigenous lands and acknowledges a legacy of oppression that has caused intergenerational trauma to Indigenous peoples and families. That includes the following 9 elements. For more than 10,000 years, generations of Indigenous peoples have lived and thrived on ancestral homelands that Euro-Americans colonized as Boulder. Indigenous peoples in Boulder have, as in all parts of the Americas, endured centuries of cruelty, exploitation, and genocide. The westward expansion of Euro-American population and culture in the 19th century caused extensive hunger and diseases that devastated Indigenous peoples' way of life. In October 1858, Arapaho chief and Niwot Left Hand and other Arapaho peoples told a party of gold seekers camped in what is now known as Boulder that they could not remain on Indigenous land as defined by the 1851 Treaty of Laramie. After gold was found west of Boulder in January 1859, many of those same gold seekers helped found the Boulder Town Company on February 10th, 1859, in violation of the 1851 Treaty of Fort Laramie. And by the summer of 1859, thousands of gold seekers were in the Boulder area, and many squatted on Indigenous lands, continuing the dramatic expansion of Euro-American occupation of Indigenous lands that soon exiled Indigenous peoples from the Boulder area. In August 1864, more than 100 Boulder County residents mobilized into Company D of the 3rd Colorado Cavalry at Fort Chambers along Boulder Creek, east of what is now known as Boulder. And Company D, which included 46 Boulder men and prominent Boulder County residents, later participated in the barbaric massacre of peaceful Cheyenne and Arapaho at Sand Creek on November 29th, 1864. Among those killed in the massacre were women, children, elders, and chiefs, including Niwot and Cheyenne Chief White Antelope. Despite having participated in horrific atrocities, members of Company D received a hero's welcome upon their return home. And the city has benefited and continues to benefit directly from the colonization of Indigenous lands and from removal policies that violated human rights, broke government treaties, and forced Indigenous peoples from their homelands. We must not only acknowledge our past, but work to build a more just future. We are committed to taking action beyond these words. We pledge to use this land acknowledgement to help inspire education and reflection and initiate meaningful action to help support Indigenous nations, communities, and organizations. Let this formal acknowledgement, which honors and builds on the city's Indigenous Peoples Day resolution, stand as a critical step in our work to unify Boulder communities, combat prejudice, and eliminate discrimination against Indigenous peoples. With that, I'd like to turn to the written information items and entertain comments or questions that you have for staff about those items. And the first one has to do with the update on revenues from permits and fees. Let me start by asking Lauren or Sam, whoever's the right person to address this. I know we have talked before about a fee study and it's mentioned in the memo. Can one of you talk about what a fee study would include and when to include costs that are not related to the direct issuance of fees?
Karen, sorry to interrupt you.
Yep.
What graph are you on for these?
I'm not on a paragraph. This is a question that comes out of the entire memo.
Okay.
Yes, and Sam, chime in if I miss anything. So the intention is to put out an RFP to hire a consultant to lead a fee study in the third quarter of this year. As we've been working with CAO, just looking at what other departments have done for fee studies, our intention would be to include similar language as what other departments have done. So we'd be asking them to review the types of expense categories that we're tracking, whether those are the appropriate categories, whether others should be added. And then to determine based on that recommendation, whether or not the current fee level is sufficient to recover costs for the program. So from that, we could see a number of recommendations. I'll point out an obvious example. In Voice Insight, we don't track ranger costs. So the cost of ranger staff time to patrol and issue tickets, that was a recommendation from way back when. So we would be asking questions like, is that still the right decision? What's the recommendation of the consultant on that matter? And then based on the recommendations on what expenses to track, should the fees stay the same or should it increase in order to make sure that it's recovering costs? So I would expect both of those elements to be part of the scope of work that we put with the consultant.
Okay, and adding things like maintenance of parking lots could be added to the parking fee costs.
Yeah, I think,
Or considered to be added.
yeah, and some of the programs allow for that. For example, some of the language in the parking fee program says that it'll be used to take care of trails. The issue that we have right now is the trail budget is about $2.1 million. And so when you talk about the ways that we're tracking that revenue back to specific program, there's no doubt that that revenue supports that program. It's just a fraction of what we're investing overall in trail maintenance. So it's really just defining, like, yes, there could be recommendations for any of our programs that say, you know, something about ongoing maintenance or routine maintenance. And then how would we actually set up a tracking mechanism for that, considering these revenues are a fraction of what the overall revenues are for the department.
Yeah, that was my question on special use permits as far as maintenance or cleanup or, you know, kind of other staff activities that are associated with those permits.
Yeah, those would be the exact types of questions that we would want to put in the RFP and be engaging with the consultant on. And then, you know, Parks and Rec has a number of similar things, utilities and transportation. So we'd be looking at what guidance has come out of their fee studies too, to make sure that we're just being consistent about how we're talking about maintenance.
So along the line that Karen was asking, it struck me that, you know, in every permit table, some of the profits are that, you know, are substantial. And so how are we handling profits from these fees when, you know, the Tabor situation was defined? And so I'm a little confused as to how those are being handled.
Yeah, it's a great question. So there's a number of things that have happened. We've automated and procured software for a lot of these things that used to be managed by standard positions. So a lot of those administrative expense costs that you would have seen in the past no longer exist. And so we're seeing a combination of that and, you know, increased use of these programs, that you're seeing a higher total profit on these programs now than you would have over the past 5 years, 10 years. So what the guidance that we got from CAO was, if you're doing more than recovering costs, it's a tax and not a fee. There is no dollar amount that they gave us that says, you know, if you're profiting $100,000, you've gone too far. So I think the intention is, once we establish the new expense tracking categories, that we would assess whether or not we think we're still in a cost recovery, and then kind of get a best practice or recommendation around what's reasonable to be holding in profit from each of these programs.
And we have an asterisk saying, these are the expenses that we have traditionally tracked, but there's probably others. And we listed what possible other expenses could be associated with this program that we're just not set up to track specifically for the fee itself. And that's the
Yeah.
future work to be done.
It becomes so cumbersome to track some of this stuff that it's more than it's worth financial. What about things like that we haven't mentioned yet, like software recovery of software costs and monitoring costs?
Yeah, it depends on what was established per program. So human dimensions and recreation cultural stewardship monitoring is included as a cost in the Voice Insight program.
Yeah.
On Voice Insight, we also capture technology costs. And then on some of these programs, we were procuring technology at the citywide level. And so we paid a fraction of Energov as an example for commercial and special use. Our share was like $8,000 of a tens of thousands contract, right? So we were able to piggyback on that, but we didn't set up our annual expense tracking to be able to factor in like how many licenses we're going to have. So that's stuff that we would want to get consistent on and start to standardize. And there's so many examples to point to. When we have weddings, the trailhead staff is up there making sure the restrooms are, you know, the rangers are up there looking at parking. So it is going to be no small task to set that up. And then you're pointing out things like payroll allocations, right? Anytime we're going to start to track expenses of staff time, that means every day in somebody's timesheet that they're going in and tracking that as well. So there's a lot to set up on the chart of account side once the consultant makes their recommendation.
And did we say when we're getting the outside consultant?
We'll put out an RFP in the third quarter, start working on that and then ideally, I would love by the second quarter of the following year to have some recommendations, but we'll get schedules and costs from the consultants and then I'll have a better picture of that.
Are there consultants that the city has used that we can?
I was gonna say, are other
focus-
departments
yeah,
doing
focus
that?
on?
Yeah, Janet did give us, in 2021, when we first were pulling this information together, Janet had given me a couple names of folks who had done this work for, I think, utilities and parks and rec. And then we would be, anytime we're developing an RFP, we're making some guesstimates about what the cost of that project is going to be. And then depending on what we think the total cost will be, that tells us what procurement process we have to follow. So if it's something that's going to be less, if we think this project will be less than $50,000, we could get 3 quotes from 3 vendors, in which case, yes, we'd reach out and say, hey, you did this for another department. Are you interested in throwing your hat in the ring? But we want to make sure it's like a fair and competitive process. So that'll be part of that RFP development, is putting together some cost estimates of how big of a project we think this will be.
Great.
Lauren, you used the example of allocating ranger time and cost for voice and sight. Are you going to rely on the consultant to come up with a methodology of allocating a ranger who's walking the trails and maybe looking at the weed situation and, and well, 2 hours of that with, so are you going to lean on them for a recommendation of how to allocate that person, a ranger's time?
Yeah, I would anticipate that's a great question. I would anticipate that we'll partner with them on it. The city has some adopted methodologies, cost allocation being one that we talk about every budget cycle, where it's a percentage of FTE or a percentage of overall cost. We, in that example, we have Raptor, the Ranger Patrol app. And so we could look at things like percent of overall tickets that are related to dogs or something like, the feedback we get from rangers all the time on that example is, I don't know when I walk up to somebody if it's going to be a dog interaction.
Imagine.
Right.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
and they might be talking to somebody about 3 different things. And so that's why historically we haven't tracked that. But now that we have all this data available, with Raptor and even financial data, payroll data, we might be able to just come to some assumptions where we can assign some percentages instead of asking them in the field to say how many minutes they talked about dogs compared to, something else.
Well, and I would imagine that the consultants may have some best industry standard
Exactly.
practices for certain things like, okay, you don't have to track, it's just X% is typically a standard practice for what you would attach to the area of enforcement or something like that.
Yeah.
We might be able to get some recommendations in that realm too.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure, someone's done that before us.
Maybe not on voice.
Who would be dumb enough to do that?
When we tried to hire a vendor for voice and sight, it was, we did a lot of customization.
Well, thank you for putting this whole thing together. I thought it was very informative, and I especially appreciated your comments to help us unravel why things went crazy during COVID. And
Yeah, if you start to
What
look at those
exceptions were.
revenues,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like, why did parking explode? Oh, we weren't
Yeah.
charging fees.
Right.
Yeah, okay, well, that's
that was
great.
very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think our intention, we started doing this last year in the budget process. In the April packet, we provided the whole revenue breakdown, like by object, so you could see kind of what was being collected in revenue for each of these things. So we'll start coming forward with the budget next month, and we'll just continue doing that. And then periodically, as it makes sense, we can continue to update these charts now that we have this baseline.
Thanks. Any more questions? Or are we done with this item?
I just want to say thanks to, it was very helpful.
Oh,
And
good.
it cleared up a number of questions, so.
Great, thanks.
Okay, the next item under written information is the BOSC annual report for 2022. Comments or questions?
Yeah, I have a question, and Janelle, I don't know, or maybe Dan. So as a public agency, my question is about the donations that are not listed, but are summarized here. As a public agency, are we required to have a donor list and, so that there is some understanding or knowledge of who's donating and how much? Because it just strikes me that would be something that I think would be very important for us as far as using these funds. So having some notion of, who's
Source.
contributing, yeah, and how much is that? And
Let me
especially as
just
a public
piggyback on
agency.
that before you answer, Janelle. I'm concerned about this as well. So I went and looked at what I think is maybe sort of comparable, which is the Library Foundation. And I'm concerned about accountability to the public, about where this money's coming from. And the Library Foundation is pretty explicit about money received in grants and other sources. And it explains what their largest contributions were, how many donors they had of different categories. So that's why I would expect that kind of data from BOSC to us, so that in terms of public accountability, we can identify the sources of this money that is being spent on OSMP.
I'm happy to share that with them, and
Yeah, I think it's also a question maybe for us to work with the city attorney's office. City attorney's office helped us set up with how this relationship would work through first an MOU and then project specific agreements. And so I think they could be helpful for helping us determine what additional financial information should we be seeking and have on record. But I don't have an answer for you tonight, but happy to look into that.
I just think as a public agency that we would be well advised to know where that money is coming from. Be able to, just identify that. I was just thinking that if I made a charitable gift to the open space department, my name would be listed and the amount that I gave would be listed. And so there would be, some understanding of who and how much. And I think that would be important.
Yeah, and if there's other financial information as they wrap up everything that they make available, we can include that to you all too.
And I wrote an email about this to staff in advance of the meeting with my questions, and the response was, we don't have time to put that information together. But I think if we outline the kind of information we're expecting now, that they could include it in next year's report as a normal course of operation or something.
we'll definitely pass that along to them.
Yeah, I certainly didn't intend open space staff to do that.
No.
It would be BOSC that would
We don't
provide.
have that information.
Yeah,
We don't have
that's-
access to their financial information to that level of detail, excuse me, that you're asking for. But yeah, we will pass that along to them. And thank you for offering the suggestion of the Library Foundation. I think they're still, they're still getting on their feet, right? And so I think any kind of examples like that we can share with them to look at, I think that's really helpful.
And now that they have made a healthy increase in the contributions that they have, it's important to be accountable for the sources for that, I think.
Thank you for sharing.
Any other comments or questions on this item? Okay, and the final one has to do with Fort Chambers Poor Farm Site Management Plan update.
Some of that's going to be addressed within our presentation. So we could either hold off or if you want to, because we're going to be touching a little bit on that project in the tribal presentation too. So it's up to you, Chair. How
Okay,
you want to handle that?
well, there's one comment I'd like to make on the memo itself under the information item. And This has to do with the sensitivity of the collaboration that we have going with the tribal representatives. In the inventory and assessment, there's no indication, for instance, in the first sentence after the subhead on page 2 that says inventory and assessment. There's no indication in those sentences in that first paragraph there that there's going to be any review by tribal representatives or any involvement in tribal representatives. And yet in the diagram down below, it says tribal collaboration, sort of as an arrow going across. So I'm wondering if in the text, there needs to be language to reference reviews by tribal representatives or something, or
Yeah, I'll
just to
just
be
point out. I think-
sensitive to the,
Yes, I appreciate that, and Katie could chime in, but one of the reasons why we weren't able to release the inventory until tonight is because it was under review from the tribal representatives, and we are still waiting for some final comments from them before we finalize the inventory report. So absolutely, they were in the review of the inventory.
so in, for instance, that first sentence, it could say staff have compiled inventory work to inform the site planning process. And something like following the review of the tribal representatives, comma, we will be releasing an inventory just to include their participation in the work that's being.
I wonder if the
described.
best way to handle this, because this is already set and done and part of a packet, is if we want to reflect that in the minutes. Like,
Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, yeah.
because
And also review the language that we have on the project website to make sure that that's clear that they.
oh yeah, that might be the way to go.
participated
Yeah. Okay.
I like both those ideas.
Did you, so Leah, if you wouldn't mind capturing that, thank you.
Any other comments on this? Given that in the tribal consultation report, they're going to be including more of this information.
I'm just glad to get the email that actually the inventory report's now available.
I was happy to be able to send that today.
And it's good to know that the tribal representatives have been reviewing.
Right, right.
I think it's also important to add, as even a part of this inventory report, there's been a lot of guidance that we've received that help inform it through it. So there's been several meetings that we've taken some of the lessons and guidance that's folded
Great.
into this work as well.
Great. Thank you. I don't. Oops. Lauren just.
Good timing, Lauren.
She had advance notice.
She knew I was gonna say and. I don't know whether you do want to make any comments in response to the Lynn Siegel's comment about
Oh.
ex officio members or budget deficits.
I don't have any comments about ex officio, but from a financial,
Yeah.
annual financial statement, open space is not $300,000 in the red. 300 million. I think she might be referring to is all the desired maintenance and stewardship work ongoing up front of us. Will we eventually have $300 million worth of that type of work over time? Probably, but in a given year, is our financial statement $300 million in the red? Absolutely not. We are a healthy, well-run organization.
I mean, she may have been referring to the $40 million estimate of the trail maintenance
Yeah,
backlog.
when we look at all of our asset classes and what is our desired work we want to do and maintaining and enhancing and repairing our system, you know, from our natural resource assets to our trails, to our buildings. Certainly that's tens and tens of millions of dollars worth of work over time, just like a homeowner would have, or any other person responsible for a large class of
And
assets.
financially supported by the taxes that
Right.
we're receiving.
Exactly.
And in terms of an ex officio member of the board membership is spelled out in the city charter.
Yeah,
And we don't have ex officio according to the charter.
that's correct.
Okay, I think we're done with Roman numeral 3A. I don't know
Can I ask
that
one
I can say anything.
before we get to
Sure.
any other ones? Looking at the 3-month outlook, meeting outlook, I just would like to ask about an item that was in in last month's meeting agenda packet. But it's not for the April meeting, but it's not in this one. The update on Flagstaff nighttime parking.
Yep.
And I'm just curious, it's fallen off the 3-month horizon and wondering what's going to happen with that.
It's on the schedule. I've got the rolling calendar in front of me. Do you have offhand when that was moved to?
I think it was June or July, but I'm pulling it up.
Yeah. We had some ongoing conversations and decision-making around that we wanted to have in place before we presented, so it did get pushed back.
It's a written update in April. Maybe you can make it to the-
Oh, yeah. It will be in the April packet.
Oh, it will be,
Yep.
okay.
Okay.
So I will take over the next agenda item. So I'm going to read a proclamation for Karen's service on the Open Space Board of Trustees. And it's a special moment for her. And it's a special moment for me as well. And I'm going to take a few minutes to give everyone kind of a historical perspective.
Oh, dear. Not too historical.
I thought the proclamation was going to be on parchment, but it actually isn't. So that says something. I've known Karen for over 40 years. And I think that we first met in 1982. When she was working for the National Audubon Society and its regional office here in Boulder, and I was working for the Colorado Natural Areas Program, which had just kind of, the program had been founded and supported by the state legislature in 1977. And so it was still a new program in the Colorado Department of Natural Resources and was trying to get on its feet. And we looked at Boulder for a variety of reasons, and one of them was, the open space program. And the other one, interestingly enough, is something that we're going to talk about tonight. And that is the White Rocks Natural Area, which for the Natural Areas Program was among the first natural areas to be designated by the program, and certainly was the first privately owned natural area that was designated. And the Natural Areas Program at that time really enjoyed support from the Boulder community, and Karen was instrumental in her capacity at that time of promoting the Natural Areas Program and working with other environmental groups as the Natural Areas Program tried to expand its influence around the state. The local chapters of the Audubon Society were particularly important to do that. And so over the years, Karen went to Washington, D.C. in a capacity as an environmental lobbyist, and was there for quite some time and was working with obviously federal agencies that were dealing with environmental issues, and provided some extremely important work in that regard for environmental legislation and that sort of thing, Endangered Species Act and others. Also, the Natural Areas Program legislation the statute that enacted it was supported widely by the community of Boulder, and Ruth Wright, who was the minority leader of the Colorado House, was one of the prime sponsors of the Colorado Natural Areas Program. And as you all know, in addition to be one of the founding members of the City of Boulder Open Space program. And so there's always been that really close connection between the Open Space program and the Natural Areas program. And Karen, over the years, has been instrumental and integral to making that whole relationship work. And she was always very knowledgeable and attentive to issues and concerns and very helpful both at the state level as well as the local level. So it's been many years, and I think this opportunity is well warranted given that service. So I am going to read the proclamation that recognizes your service. And there's a gift from the department that you're expected to open.
As you're reading.
But you don't have to do it necessarily as I'm reading, because I don't want you to drop it if you hear anything. So this is a proclamation recognizing the dedication and volunteer service of Karen Holweg to open space and mountain parks 2018 to 2023. Karen Holweg joined the Open Space Board of Trustees in 2018. Though previous to her joining the board, she has been a longstanding advocate for open space and mountain parks. Through the last year, Karen has chaired the board, showing immense passion for this land as well as patience, handling the considerable challenge of leading virtual then hybrid public meetings. In the course of human events, out of every generation, a few individuals whose commitment and tenacity make mere mortals tremble and quake. Karen confidently strode on the shoulders of predecessors with vision and foresight to make a wild idea into a lasting reality. Karen always knew which way was true north, which way the wind blows, and which way the groundwater flows. And not only did she make sure that you knew that she knew, she took great pains to ensure that ultimately you knew too. While Karen never met a dam she could stand, she stood her ground for the communities of native plants and animals that define the place they and she call home. Adaptive management was the mantra Karen held dear. Snapping bears posing adaptively for Boulder wildlife cameras became the poster children for charismatic megafauna becoming one with their new age environment, much to her chagrin. Karen never met a survey she couldn't improve. She was the quintessential stickler for data accuracy, analytical clarity, and unassailable conclusions. Karen was a formidable supporter of the natural world to erstwhile adversaries, the proverbial iron fist and the velvet glove, who sought to lead them down the primrose path toward an understanding of why saving the environment was so important, putting to effective use the philosophy that accurate information is persuasive power. Karen has contributed over 1,733 volunteer hours, and holds the record for most volunteer hours in recent years spent as a member of the Open Space Board of Trustees. As chair, Karen has helped to lead the board through robust discussions and actions, including EPS on open space, CU sound flood mitigation, expanding existing natural areas and adding a new state natural area on open space and mountain parks lands, enhancing the Open Space and Mountain Parks Wildlife Resiliency Program, the Open Space Mountain Parks annual budget. I didn't know you enhanced the budget. And restoring irrigated agricultural lands impaired by the presence of prairie dogs. While Karen was a member of the Open Space Board of Trustees, habitat management to protect nesting raptors assisted with production of 14 peregrine falcons, 14 prairie falcons, 29 peregrine falcons, 15 golden eagles, 15 bald eagles, and 40 osprey. So these were raptor young that were raised and fledged during Karen's tenure. Additionally, she has a long list of valuable contributions for open space and mountain parks projects, including local and regional work on wildlife issue, open space and mountain parks, master plan development, prairie dog management, regional trail projects, nighttime parking on Flagstaff, New Zealand mud snail management, and land acquisitions such as Shanahan Ranch, Long's Garden Conservation Easement, and the Raytheon Trail Easement. Therefore, I, Dave Kuntz, Vice Chair of the Open Space Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim that the leadership exhibited by Karen Holig over these past 5 years has been instrumental to the success of this board and the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department. Proclaim this 8th day of March in the year 2023 on behalf of the Open Space Board of Trustees and the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department. Thank you.
So Dave, that was amazing. Did you spend the whole last 5 years writing that?
No, in fact, I have a lot of help.
Since 1982.
I appreciate your service, Karen. I think the only thing that's missing in that proclamation is the improvements that you've made to the grammar and the minutes themselves.
Oh, my goodness. It's mine. Oh, nice. Thank you. That's lovely. I didn't want the balls.
It's a painting by Molly Davis, former Open Space Board of Trustees.
Right. Thank you. Duly noted. That's lovely.
Well, Karen, I'll just say a couple of words on behalf of staff, and of course others could chime in, but so your tenure actually began the week basically that I was informed that I was going to be taking this on. So your 5-year tenure is very much aligned with a certain journey in my life as well. So I'll always remember that first orientation meeting in which I knew what I was coming into. I wasn't quite in that role yet, but so I'll always have a sort of a fond memory of your beginning tenure as it matched sort of mine as well. But the one thing that comes to my mind is, probably about 10 years ago, I was giving a keynote address to the membership of a former organization. And we had these membership gatherings that would draw about 500 or 600 people. So doing a keynote address was a pretty big deal. So I probably spent 5 months writing it. And the theme was really looking back at the icons, those people that really, the history of land conservation in America, starting with the first national park back in the 1870s. And then, and who made it happen? And I researched sort of all the big conservation wins. And it always points to really a few individuals that made all this happen. You kind of think that there's this groundswell of movement, and that's what created it all. But when you really look at the intricacies of sort of how a national park got established, or it always comes down to really a handful of drivers, movers and shakers who had tenacity, knowledge, and really wanted things to happen. Yeah. And I really locally put you in that realm. I mean, you've really committed yourself to is building up as much knowledge as you can about our system, about what's important, and then take the next step to sort of make sure others know that information as well. And I deeply, deeply respect that, and want to thank you for your service.
Thanks.
Caroline, you have one.
Yeah, I wrote it down. It's probably not as good as Dave's, but I just wanted to say a couple of words to you. So from the moment I became the new trustee back in 2020, I knew instantly that alongside our professional working relationship, Karen and I were well on our way to having a genuine connection and friendship as well. Your intention is unquestionable: to follow the same path as those who created the Open Space Charter and to preserve and protect the beauty of Boulder that we all know and love so well. You're a woman of action, and your work ethic has inspired me from the moment I met you and will continue to inspire me during time as trustee and beyond. I don't think that there will ever be another trustee that can open or close a meeting the way you can. I have scoured minutes to try and find what Karen is going to find in the opening of a meeting. And I have just decided to let the queen have her throne because she is so well at that. And at the end of our meetings, which we've kind of moved around lately, Karen always makes sure to go over and cover, even if it's late and we're all tired, the job is not done, the job will get done, and Karen will make sure of it. And I really appreciate that about you. I think that a lot of times as a collective, we can kind of move towards sliding off a little bit just because it's late and we want to go home. And Karen's going to make sure that the job's going to be done before we leave. And I really appreciate that about her. Sorry, my phone shut off. Your desire to serve has been a great blessing to our beautiful city. I haven't known you for 40 years like Dave has, but our friendship has seen a 100-year global pandemic, the passing of our fellow friend and trustee, Molly Davis, orthopedic surgeries, lockdowns, raging wildfires, food on the front porch during those super sick days we all wish to avoid, and plenty of fun hikes and phone calls that I know will continue. It's been an honor for me to have you as my chair and serve on the Open Space Board of Trustees with you. And I'm sure I can speak for everyone here when I say we would all like to give you a very warm thank you for all you have done, all you do, and all, as we all know, you will continue to do for Boulder and our city's great open space program.
Thank you.
Yo.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Second Wednesday of next month, what are you going to be doing?
We're gonna see you.
Public event. I heard on NPR on the way in tonight that they figured out a way to make people look younger and more attractive in those squares. When they really get that going, I may show up again.
Filters for squares, I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Dan, I think we're ready to go on to room number 6.
Yeah, and this was a discussion that began a year or so ago about when we came in front of the board, maybe it was even longer than that, in which we wanted to provide an update on some desire for us to look at expanding a couple of natural areas and adding a new one. And so Lynn Riedel, our senior ecologist, is going to lead us across the finish line with the board. We have other work to be done on this matter. So with that, I'm going to turn it right over to Lynn.
Well, thank you, Dan. And I just wanted to say that I'm glad to have the opportunity to meet in person with the trustees and John as well, and the staff. And since I don't meet with you very often, I just wanted to thank you for your service, the trustees' service, and especially Karen for your 5 years of service in as a trustee, and also your lifetime of serving the community and the greater conservation community.
Thanks.
Just wanted to start with that. The view here on the first slide is not far from the Cherryville office, from the top of Davidson Mesa. Looking out over portions of the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie and South Boulder Creek natural areas, with the Boulder Mountain Park natural area in the background. Next. And this item will cover, as Dan mentioned, it'll cover background on the Colorado Natural Areas Program and the long partnership, as Dave described, between City of Boulder and the Colorado Natural Areas Program. And I'll refer to it as CNAP through the program for short, as well as the amendments and updates proposed for the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie and White Rocks natural areas, and the proposed designation of the Coal Creek Tallgrass Prairie natural area. So CNAP was established in 1977 by state statute, hard fought for by people in this room. And that was so cool to learn about your involvement, Karen. She did that by state statute and is within the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Division of the Department of Natural Resources. Carol Wurtzbaugh is the current program coordinator and has been for nearly a decade. 95 natural areas have been designated across the state since the beginning of the program. And these are voluntary agreements between landowners and the state. The landowner retains all management responsibility and jurisdiction. 4 natural areas of those 95 are on OSMP land. And Ricky Weiser mentioned already designated White Rocks as a private landowner. And that was one of the first designations, as Dave mentioned, in the state. Designation of the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie, South Boulder Creek, and Boulder Mountain Park followed over the next 30 years. And the benefits from state natural area status, some of them are recognition of natural value in the statewide context, awareness of conservation value for decision makers and public land visitors and owners. Natural areas often serve as research sites for low impact research projects. Historically, CNAP staff have given ecological consultation and management assistance, especially when there were a few City of Boulder open space employees a few decades ago. And through the years, CNAP staff have made periodic visits to each natural area about every 3 years to discuss management issues and strategies. So that's been a benefit to us to be able to confer with them and using their expertise as well as ours. And currently, we're working on the amendments and updates to the natural areas, the older ones designated in the 70s and 80s, and working on designating a new natural area. This is an overview map that we'll see a few times in the presentation. It provides an overview of 4 natural areas and the proposed Coal Creek Tallgrass Prairie natural area. And just to orient some of the landmarks, Broadway, which becomes 93 to the south, is central. US 36 is a central diagonal. The Boulder Jefferson County line runs east-west in the bottom third. Boulder Mountain Park is in yellow and is our largest natural area at over 7,000 acres. South Boulder Creek is pink. Colorado Tallgrass Prairie is blue. White Rocks is green in the northwest corner. And proposed additions, for those we're talking about tonight, proposed additions are hatched. And there'll be some close-up maps through the presentation as we go through. So as you can see on the map, the proposed amendments and updates include boundary changes as part of the amended articles of designation for Colorado Tallgrass Prairie and White Rocks. These expanded boundaries will include high-quality habitat that's been purchased since the 1970s and 80s. And amended boundaries will align with property boundaries, which makes legal descriptions a lot more straightforward than they have been in the past. And areas that can serve as good buffers from the urban edge are also included. So here's as a close-up of the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie natural area. And just to orient again, the US 36 runs diagonally across the upper right. Broadway turning into 93 is west and central in the map. Original parcels are in solid blue and proposed expansions are hatched. You can see that the original parcels are fairly scattered and some are quite small. The expanded boundaries, as small as 2 acres, I think is the smallest parcel. The expanded boundaries would result in the natural area being much larger and adjacent and contiguous with the Boulder Mountain Park to the west and the South Boulder Creek natural area in places in the east. And original parcels number 3, 6, and 7 are the locations for an ongoing 30-year-long vegetation monitoring study. Brian Aneker and Ann Lesberg, our staff, have recently worked on analyzing data and reporting on that long-term project. It's an
Can you
exceptional.
point out where 3, 6, and 7?
Yeah, it's very small. 7 and 3 are to the sort of southwest of 93. So they are the furthest southwest
Southwest.
parcels.
Blue ones.
So
Okay.
off of the South Boulder Creek West Trail, for 7. And then 6 is way over just north of US 36. And it's about, I think,
Okay.
it's not a very large parcel either, maybe 4 acres.
Thank you.
Yes, and so that's an exceptionally long vegetation monitoring data set, and I find it really valuable. Thanks to Brian here for working so hard on the data analysis for that. Next. The original tallgrass prairie parcels were identified by a CNAP inventory, I believe in the 1980s. Excuse me, as the largest and best quality tallgrass remnants in Colorado. These tallgrass communities are rare and imperiled at state and global levels. Tallgrass is rare globally across the Great Plains. The northern leopard frog, bird's foot violet, Euclides tresses orchid, and other rare or uncommon plant and wildlife species occur in the natural area. The first management plan was developed by City of Boulder and CNAP in the mid-1980s. I actually have a copy if anybody wants to. With guidance from a committee that formed at the time from the Colorado Tallgrass Management Committee, and that was a group of scientists and interested members of the public. And I'll mention here, I don't have to, Dave already mentioned it, that he was the CNAP director in the 1980s. And he was instrumental in the development of management plans and helping the then very small open space department carry out management strategies in the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie Natural Area. Boulder's tallgrass communities also provide ground nesting bird habitat for a number of bird species that are losing their habitat across the Great Plains to development and habitat fragmentation. And pictured here is the bobolink among those. Our part of the northern Front Range is a hotspot for butterfly diversity. And several rare skippers are part of the diversity in OSMP tallgrass. And big and little blue stem, which are major grass species in the tallgrass prairie, are their obligate host plants. And you can see the big and little blue stem with its fall colors in this larger photo in the middle. Next. We're back to this map, and next we'll focus on the White Rocks Natural Area, which is in the upper right corner of the map in green color. And here in the close-up, the solid blue original parcel is just over 100 acres. The proposed expansion would encompass over 1,400 acres, and the natural area would extend from 75th Street on the west to 95th Street on the east side. The RTD railway corridor creates most of the southern boundary, and Gun Barrel Hill areas are at the northern edge. Only OSMP fee land is included. You can see the White Rocks Trail, which is the white dashed north-south line in the east central part of the map. And the new boundaries would include the Lower Boulder Creek Restoration area to the west of the trail that you've also been hearing about in recent times. As mentioned before, Ricky Weiser designated White Rocks Natural Area in 1979 and was a strong proponent of the then new Natural Areas program. The designation highlighted the spectacular Fox Hill Cliffs on our property, the riparian corridor, and the floodplain meadows. This is one of the largest exposures of the Fox Hills Formation in the West and was deposited more than 60 million years ago. The cliff face and creek and cliff top are pictured here, along with the prairie gentian, an uncommon and showy wet meadow species. And here it's at the western edge of its range in our area. And the black spleenwort fern, it doesn't look like much here in the lower left. It's a very rare fern in North America. White Rocks is one of the few locations on the North American continent. City of Boulder purchased the Weiser property in 2011 and the neighboring Earl property in 2015. This preserves a large contiguous stretch of the Boulder Creek corridor and floodplain and encompasses the entire White Rocks cliff formation. White Rocks is truly a biological diversity hotspot. This has been an important area for Indigenous peoples for thousands of years and continues to be. The area included in the proposed boundary expansion is bald eagle nesting habitat, providing distance from the urban edge for the eagles. And the 6-line race runner, the little lizard, is uncommon in Boulder County, finds good habitat on the White Rocks cliffs. And nearly 60 lichen species were documented in a 2014 inventory by Dr. Erin Tripp of CU Boulder. She's the curator of the herbarium at CU. And 2 of those species are new to science. And there are numerous rare plants that I'm not even going to mention. And then here's another view of the rare black spleenwort fern growing in the cliff cracks. I didn't realize that was a tongue twister. Next, please. So the next steps and what we've accomplished to some extent too, the draft amended articles of designation for both natural areas have been completed and reviewed by the city attorney's office. Janet has been a tremendous help, Janet Michaels, in doing that. OSMP staff, the state attorney general's office, and the Colorado Natural Areas Council. And tonight, the board will consider recommending the final drafts to the city council. The next step would be for staff to seek a resolution from city council authorizing the city manager to sign the articles of designation for these 2 existing natural areas. The Colorado Natural Areas Council, which is the program's governor-appointed advisory committee, has recommended the draft AODs to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. And the commission has on their June meeting agenda, or will have reviewing and considering these articles of designation. The Boulder County Commissioners have been notified of the articles of designation also by the Natural Areas Program. So now we'll move to the proposed Coal Creek Tallgrass Prairie. And I realize the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie Natural Area and the Coal Creek Tallgrass Prairie Natural Area, that's going to be confusing going into the future, but there were reasons why we chose these names. But it's in purple in the lower part of this map. To orient in this close-up, Coal Creek is central, running north-south. Highway 93 is on the right side, running north-south. Highway 72, which is the Coal Creek Canyon Road, runs east-west toward the bottom of the map. The hatched areas would be included in the natural area and our OSMP properties that are in Jefferson County. To the north and adjacent are OSMP conservation easements and fee properties. To the south and west are Jefferson County open space properties. The jointly owned OSMP and Jefferson County open space Lippincott property is to the west and under the inset map. And to the east is the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge, with also a few industrial properties along Highway 93. So really, this is a piece in a very large native grassland landscape. Next. The Jewel Mountain and Van Fleet Jeffco properties make up the proposed natural area and are part of a large area of tallgrass prairie on the Rocky Flats Mesa. And this is, of course, all west of Highway 93. And this area has great significance for Indigenous peoples today, as it has for thousands of years. The properties were purchased in 1999 and include 1,458 acres, just under 1,500 acres. Jewel Mountain, the name Jewel Mountain was the name of the land company that owned the Jewel Mountain property prior to the city of Boulder purchase, and therefore we call it the Jewel Mountain property. So there really isn't actually, sad to say, a mountain with that name on the site or even nearby. The property at the time was slated to be developed in the late 1990s. There was even a sketch plan for a town and commercial development. And remarkably, City of Boulder open space real estate staff, yay, negotiated a way to purchase the two properties. So as we worked on the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie boundary amendments in Boulder County, the older natural area, we considered including Jewel Mountain and Van Fleet properties in that natural area. But with guidance from CNAP, we decided to propose a new natural area instead. There were a couple of reasons, and really there are more having to do with geology and so forth. But because the two properties are in a different county, the process for amending the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie would have been complicated. According to the CNAP staff helped us understand, and the addition of this much more land could have complicated and slowed the amendment process for Colorado Tallgrass Prairie natural area. The tallgrass communities in this area are a distinctive blend of montane and prairie plant species, making them among the rarest of the globally rare tallgrass prairie remnants across the Great Plains. And this is a good example of the biogeographic meeting of the Great Plains and the Southern Rocky Mountains along the Front Range. In addition, the geologic setting on the Rocky Flats Mesa is unique. The rocky surface is made up of material carried from the mountains during periods of glacial melt millions of years ago. And intact glacial outwash features like this, undisturbed, intact, are rare along the Front Range. This alluvial surface stands out because it has remained stable for more than 1 million years, therefore not reworked by water and other erosion. And that allowed clay soil to form just not far beneath the surface, and that holds moisture, which helps tallgrass and mountain plants on this windswept dry mesa survive. The other thing, let's see, this area provides good habitat for many species, including rare butterflies associated with the big and little bluestem, grassland nesting birds, elk, northern leopard frog, Preble's meadow jumping mouse, and a rare dryland sedge, grassy slope sedge, that normally grows at 10,000, 11,000 feet. And here it is down at about 6,000. And just today in our staff meeting, Kristen Nunes on our wildlife staff, looking at Heather here, because she might want to chime in, let us know about a confirmation about yet another rare butterfly species on the Van Fleet Jeffco property.
Yeah, the crossline skipper, which is one of the obligate bluestem species. And when he was talking with the Lepidoptera expert for confirmation on the ID, because it's apparently very difficult to ID, he remarked that Jewel Mountain is one of the few places that all of those rare skipper species are all in the same place still on the Front Range, that there's almost no place else along the Front Range where that's true.
Well, it was exciting to hear, especially today. And then I wanted to mention that cattle grazing is used to manage these tallgrass communities, as well as on the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie and the floodplain portions of the White Rocks natural area. Next. So after OSMP's formal request, the Colorado Natural Areas Council registered the natural area last year and recommended the draft articles of designation to the Parks and Wildlife Commission, as I mentioned. CNAP's natural area designation process, just to condense, just give a little bit of an overview of that. It starts with identification of the candidate site and then registration, if the site is well qualified, and finally designation. So we're in that moving from registration to designation phase here. The designation process for the city includes review and consideration by the city attorney's office, staff, OSBT, and council. The Jefferson County Commissioners have been notified by CNAP about the proposed designation, and they've responded by waiving their option for a public hearing. So that simplifies the matter, simplifies things, the process. A notice of designation will be filed with the county clerk and recorder and will include a legal description of the boundaries and properties involved once the designation is complete. And that's also true for the White Rocks and Tallgrass Prairie. So next. So this is into 2021. The Natural Areas Council and CNAP staff and other CPW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff, Dave Kuntz and I, and a whole crowd of us took a field trip to look at parts of the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie Natural Area and the proposed Coal Creek Tallgrass Prairie. And I'd just like to put out a word for getting the council, the trustees out there to look at some of these natural areas. I'd really, and I think that would be an important set of field trips if we could do that. And I would just point out a few people here in the Raquel Wurtzbaugh is there in a blue shirt in the front, and then also Josie Heath, who's someone that many of you know or have heard of, very important local political conservation figure and statewide. And let's see, Taisha Adams, she's very active in the outdoor Afro program and also has so many other things on her plate, but she's a member of the Parks and Wildlife Commission, and she's the representative from the commission on the Colorado Natural Areas Council. Josie Heath is the representative on the Colorado Natural Areas Council from the State Land Board. And they're let's see, Ken Strom, who you probably know well. Karen has long been involved in Audubon, though retired now, and he was the chair of the council at that time in 2021. So I won't go on. There's some really, all those faces are really important to me. And I will say though that I want to just let you all know that I am a member of the Colorado Natural Areas Council. It's my second bout with serving on the council. The first one was in the late 90s. And so I'm in my last year of this particular term with the council. But
And chair, right?
I am chair. Being chair. So, and next. And so that's really all I have. This is one of our great volunteer seed collectors collecting big blue stem on the Colorado Tallgrass Prairie natural area. And I think I'll let Dan and the trustees take over. I do have a show and tell for when you get a chance. It's this is very valuable. I feel like I just went over to the hub and took it off the wall and brought it here, but it is super valuable. I realized, gosh, it's just hanging on the wall because it is the original White Rocks Natural Area certificate of designation, and that's what we will receive. We've received for our other natural areas, and what we'll receive for the Coal Creek Tallgrass Prairie Natural Area, should we decide to designate it. The cool thing about this is that, I mean, Richard Lamb signed it, so the governor signs. And
did Ricky sign it too?
And Ricky, no, is her signature here?
I think so.
I think so. And well, and then also David Armstrong, for those of you know, mammologist from our area, long time, was the chair of the Natural Areas Council at the time. So anyway, it's very special.
When we're putting our
Certificate.
camera on.
Oh, thank you.
You get extra security at the.
There I am.
After.
And you can see, I have the background. I'm in the Tongass. My head is always floating.
I gotta tell you, a trivial bit of information associated with that show and tell is that the National Areas Program only had 2 staff at that time, and so we.
That was twice as many as it had before then.
That's true.
And it's no more than they have today.
But there were boom times in the middle there.
So the staff did it all, and that certificate of designation was framed by yours truly.
I didn't know that part of it. How special it was.
Right, we had to do that. Yeah.
Lee, I'm wondering, do we have the staff recommendation that we could put up anywhere?
We haven't done this for a long time, but the normal process, I think, is clarifying questions and then public hearing.
Mhm.
And then motion and word consideration. So do we have any members of the public signed up for public comment?
There's one person that has their hand raised so far. Are you ready for public comment? I can go.
Yeah,
over.
let's first do questions of clarification.
Perfect.
Anybody have a clarifying question? John?
I did, on page 3, under the analysis, like one of the benefits of making a state natural area was may help avoid listing of species under the Endangered Species Act. I was just curious, how that is, or how would it help prevent listing species as endangered species?
Yeah, that's an important question. And by designating these 95 natural areas and focusing often on rare plants in those designations, by designating those across the state, that is a piece of helping to protect some of these very rare species that aren't even, that are not listed federally. And it could help keep, that sort of attention to those rare plant species and protection could help prevent listing ultimately.
By conserving the habitat
By conserving
in those areas.
That's an important question, John, because interestingly enough, 2 days ago, Monday, in the New York Times, there was a full-page article on the disappearance of the insect invertebrate fauna in North America and how no state or federal wildlife agencies were really taking responsibility for managing and protecting insect populations. And it just struck me that, the National Areas Program and the Open Space and Mountain Parks Program, in fact, are doing that kind of in a de facto manner. And just as Heather mentioned that, with preserving these habitat blocks, we're protecting a number of these rare species. And, butterflies are kind of the charismatic insect fauna of that whole family. But the fact of the matter is that there are a whole lot of insects that are dependent on, protection of their habitat. And so I was going to write a letter to the New York Times and they singled out Colorado actually is not having a program for protecting the insects. And so I was going to write a letter to the editor and say, well, that is true. Wildlife agencies tend not to, include insects under their purview. But in fact, in Colorado, there are other efforts, both local, municipalities as well as statewide, that in fact are filling that gap. And this is I think these areas are really important, and that kind of goes unsaid, or unacknowledged so frequently. But there are several state natural areas that specifically preserve habitat, especially for butterflies.
And there's the tiger beetle and great sand dunes and a number of others. And I believe the State Wildlife Action Plan includes it. It finally includes plants, which is great, in addition to mammals.
Thank you. That makes sense. And I think I understand the reasoning now. I didn't have any other questions.
Thanks, John. Anybody else clarifying questions?
That's a very good presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for public comment then.
Okay. We do have one person who's raised their hand. If anyone else would like to speak, you can do so using the raise hand function in the participants box in the lower left-hand side of your screen. Click on that, and then there's 3 little dots that'll allow you to raise your hand. You can also send me a chat. There was someone on the phone, but I don't see them anymore. But just in case, if you are on the phone, you can press *9 in order to raise your hand. But Lynn Siegel has her hand raised, so give me 1 second, and then Lynn, you can start. Lynn, go ahead. Perfect.
You got me. Yeah. Just from the International Film Festival last weekend reminds me again of the whole ecosystem. You can't just protect the insects. You can't just protect one species. The whole thing's integrated. And so, how, I don't even know how they could just preserve insects. But in any case, the tall grass prairie and White Rocks and all these areas, I fully support the savings of them, if that's exactly what's on the agenda tonight. And I particularly wanted to bring up the impact. What I didn't say earlier is the impact of human density is the thing that we have to protect more than anything, because the more people that are breaking up these corridors and affecting the whole system very dramatically, they're also the people that, humans are the ones that appear to have the most control. I think a lot of the wild species naturally control their own environments pretty well, but humans seem to intersect and can in a very negative way. So to do anything that you can to affect the density of growth in Boulder, CU South is a disaster. It's the end of Boulder as we know it. And you look here, Lynn, in 100 years, you're not going to see any of this. It's, all of the lizard. I love the lizard. He's my favorite, personal favorite. But all these species and the Ute Ladies Trust regards to the open space that's supposed to be traded to CU South. And we can't, that Ladies Trust can't grow. They've tried transplanting it. It can't grow in other places. I say don't give anything to CU, whatever you do, nothing. They do not need our help. At the Millennium Hotel, they're putting, instead of 269 units, there's going to be 943. And that's no longer sales tax revenue for the city of Boulder to fund open space. That's just astounding. And it's one after the other. There's just massive intensities of growth in Boulder, of humans taking up the land, and it can't be. There have to be impact fees for each human being on each project. And then we can at least stop the city subsidies. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn.
Hang on just 1 second. I lost my list, but I think, can you close out of yours really quick? Okay, that is the only person that wanted to speak, Karen.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to move that the Open Space Board of Trustees recommend to City Council to do three things: enter into the amendment and restated articles of designation, including the boundary changes for White Rocks and Colorado Tallgrass Prairie State Natural Areas, to approve the articles of designation establishing a new state natural area, the Oak Creek Tallgrass Prairie, at the Open Space and Mountain Parks managed Jewel Mountain and Van Vliet EFCO properties, and to authorize the city manager to sign the three articles of designation. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
And I just want to say that for those of you who haven't already understood this from the conversation that's gone on already this evening, that like the establishment of our city open space system, the State Natural Areas Program was created by citizen volunteers back in the 1970s. And I happen to be fortunate enough to work with others in the 1970s to draft and find sponsors and lobby at the State House and gain passage of the legislation that established the State Natural Areas Program. And it's really exciting to see our vision almost 50 years later exemplified in this action that we're taking tonight to protect further these three state natural areas and all the wonderful natural features that they include. And I want to especially thank Lynn and all the other staff members who have spent literally thousands of hours out on these properties, itemizing the plant species and like Christian, finding the invertebrates and censusing the populations that live on these lands. They're really special places. So thank you.
Thank you.
Karen, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the motion if we're in
Okay.
discussing that.
Okay.
And Leah, can you pull that up?
Do you want what, oh, the other Word
The
document?
proposed amendment language. And the amendment, the proposed amending language is for the Coal Creek Tallgrass Prairie Natural Area. And once we take a look at it, I mean, we'll explain. So
Can you
the-
make it a little bit larger
Or a lot.
or a lot for some people?
In reviewing the draft language in the draft articles, I felt that the significance of the importance of the area was not as clear as it could have been or should be, and particularly the glacial outwash feature that supports both the rare plant communities and rare plant species. So this is the proposed amended language to that particular part of the article designation, which is basically under the purposes for the designation. So this explains in a little more detail the importance and rarity of the site itself. So, and Lynn, you can jump in. Lynn has scrambled in the very last minute to make sure that our action will not provoke any further legal review or consideration, that the process that she outlined will continue unabated. This language, I think, certainly from both the natural perspective and from Lynn, and I think Heather, looks like it's very satisfactory and suitable for the articles.
Dave, if your amendment slows it down, you're going to have to frame that yourself.
Well, that's another reason that we checked. We don't want to slow this down. It's been in the works for a while, but anyway.
So this is a revision, I think, under number 3, purpose of the designation.
Right.
On page 27 of the.
Right.
Okay,
So this motion wouldn't be part of the recommendation to council, right? This would be to amend it before, and then have this amended language be
To
part of
amend
what
the
goes to council?
designation. Yeah,
As far as,
Yeah,
we're not recommending council take this language, this, we want to bring this language to council, right?
can you do one shot bigger, just fill that whole screen? As big as you can.
So Dave, what I'm wondering is could this just be an additional motion rather than amending the motion that's on the table?
I guess it could be.
It just seems to me this needs to come first, right?
Yeah.
To change the designation language before you pass
Right. the
before you
motion.
recommend the,
Because it has yet to go to council, so.
yeah.
You're right.
Thank you very much for the enlarged title.
So anyway, my concern was that the underlying strata, the glacial outwash feature, the geologic importance of the site, as far as its contribution to the overall rarity, needed to be explored in a little more detail just to amplify the importance of this site statewide.
Explain to me the last, oh, I see it, semi-arid. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think the fact that the area is undisturbed is really unique
Right.
and needs to be called out.
And these areas are so rare that most of them have been developed and have disappeared. quite
Well,
frankly.
either built on or plowed.
Right, right.
Yeah. I'll second that. Have you already gotten a second? Okay.
Have you made
I'll
a
second
motion?
that.
This is a friendly amendment. If we want to make it a motion.
Well, I think it needs to be a separate motion. I agree with Dan.
Okay, then I
So I'd like to
withdraw
Have-
your,
have this motion moved and seconded and voted on first.
We're gonna move this all to the same document. 1 second. You can put it up.
Oh, I think doing it this way is just fine because I can see it. Don't move it and make it smaller.
Well, we can make this one. Yeah, put it here and then we'll make this screen bigger.
Does everybody understand where this goes and what we're talking about on the board? Okay.
I think you just need, rather than just this, I think you need a motion to amend the articles of designation
Right.
for the
Three-
proposed to include
3A to include this language.
the language in green or whatever.
Yeah.
so I make that motion.
And I second that motion. And if you'd put a 3 before the A, that would please me terrifically.
To update the link to update 3A.
And I'll say, I really do appreciate, Dave, your amendment, because, the Natural Areas Program, under the direction of the Attorney General's office, has streamlined the articles of designation format there's streamlined the template for it and encourages that streamlining. But I think things can be lost. Details that are really important like this can be lost when you streamline too much.
Attorneys think differently than biologists.
We won't tell Janet that.
Well, a lot of people may not know or understand what a glacial outwash surface is and its role in, the significance of this area. So I think it's well worth adding a couple of sentences, basically saying what its importance is. Are we still having discussion?
Yeah, I didn't think we voted, so we could vote at this first if you wanted to sequence
That's
in
what
that
I'd
way.
like to do. Did you want to say something else first, or
No.
could we go ahead and vote?
Right, the second
Okay.
time I do.
If there's no further comment, let's vote on this motion that's on the screen. Do I have to say it again? Do you mind? Okay. Dave moved to update 3A and the designation for articles for the Tallgrass Coal Creek Natural Area.
Yeah, Coal Creek Tallgrass.
Coal Creek Tallgrass Natural Area. To show that under 3A, that the property contains a high-quality remnant of a once extensive area of tallgrass prairie on the glacial outwash surfaces that dot portions of the Front Range. The tallgrass prairie remnant contains a unique and distinctive blend of Great Plains and Southern Rocky Mountain montane plant communities that are rare and sensitive in the state and global context. Undisturbed examples of global outwash features of glacial, what they say, outwash features are rare today along Colorado's Front Range. The alluvial geologic surface on the Rocky Flats Mesa, stable for over 1 million years, provides conditions for tallgrass prairie and montane plant species to thrive in an otherwise semi-arid climate. And I seconded the motion. And I'd like to take a vote. John Carroll.
Yes.
Michelle.
Yes.
Caroline.
Yes.
Dave.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So it's unanimously approved. Okay, and now we go back to the motion
Your font.
to recommend all these natural area updates, measures to city council, which has been seconded by Dave. Is there any further discussion before we vote on this motion?
Yeah, I'd like to, I must be wearing my historical hat tonight because I would like to provide just a little historical context for these next two designation actions. And that is on the Colorado tallgrass prairie. Those, and we talked about the kind of postage stamp or very small discontinuous segments of the original designated Colorado tallgrass prairie. Well, that was the first City of Boulder natural area designation. And it was, again, special for me, both living in Boulder and knowing Boulder's importance in the overall environmental beauty in the state. But we based our designations on research that had been done by a graduate student at CU named Will Moyer. And he published in 1969 and identified these tallgrass parcels as being high quality tallgrass prairie. And then that research languished for many years. And it wasn't until the early 80s that we resurrected it and really took a hard look at, okay, you know, what are these areas? And the reason of, some of the reason for the discontinuity and smallness of the areas, and this is very interesting, is that the City of Boulder, the open space department, wasn't too sure that it wanted to get into this relationship quite with the state of Colorado quite as extensively as it might. And so the original designation just identified, you know, actually there were 10 of these small parcels kind of throughout the South Boulder Creek floodplain. And that was the reason that they were all discontinuous. We at the natural areas at that time kind of swallowed hard and went ahead with it, but we understood that the area itself was far more important, and we figured, well, you know, we'll come back around and deal with this. And so you know, what is it, 40 years later? And dealt with it. So I'm very pleased to have that happen. The other thing I wanted to say is that I think Boulder is the only municipality, and you gotta help me here if I'm wrong, but in the state that has this many designated natural areas on city land or under city purview.
Sure, that's true.
Yeah, and so that really says something. The other thing on the Colorado tallgrass prairies, we've started the first prescribed burning program as far as tallgrass management short. Well, it wasn't so shortly after, it was about 5 years later that we finally got acknowledgement from the city that, yeah, they were okay with us burning. And literally we went on site 7, which is just off El Dorado Canyon Drive.
Right.
And I had asked a biology professor from Kansas State named Clinton Owensby, who at that time managed the Kanza tallgrass prairie for Kansas State, if he would come and talk to the city of Boulder about the importance of prescribed fire for maintaining tallgrass prairie ecosystems. And to my surprise, he agreed. He flew his own plane from,
That was probably why he agreed.
yeah, he said, well, my mother lives there. I'll just give you a chance to visit with her. So he came out and we must have burned, I would say, an acre of site 7 to demonstrate that one could, prescriptively burn tallgrass prairie safely. And he oversaw the burn and based on that, that real limited action, the prescribed burn program for the tallgrass took off, and in later years, the program or the department was burning.
And I just have to add one sentence. For about 5 or 6 years before that, the 3 city OSMP rangers kept saying to me, and we kept jibing each other back and forth about who was going to set the fire. And I said, guys, don't worry about it. I'll go out there and set the fire. Just tell me where to light the match. Because they, as city employees, didn't want to lose their jobs.
Right. So anyway, that's some of the history that's associated with these sites. And then we should minimize Ricky Weiser as a private landowner. Her tenure and participation both in the state natural areas program and the city's open space program was unequaled. And her voice never wavered, and her support didn't either. And I think both programs benefited immeasurably from both her presence and participation. And it was a very sad day when she passed away. But I was worried about the White Rocks natural area, but the city had stepped in, and so it's still protected. So that's great. So
and it's really remarkable if you go out Valmont at sunset,
right,
and see the way the sunshine illuminates that whole strip of what is it, Fox Hills sandstone. All the way along there because Valmont is perched a little bit higher than that valley, and it's really a nice scene. So I'm delighted that the whole place is in the state natural area now. Okay, we're voting now. John?
Yes.
Thank you. Michelle?
Yes.
Yes. Caroline?
Yes.
Dave?
yes.
And I vote yes as well. So it's unanimously passed. And we're ready to take a break and then move on to Roman numeral 5.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Lynn, for bringing this through to completion. That's very exciting. So the second public hearing item we have tonight is the consideration of a request
Can we
for.
take a break?
Oh, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, did I just blow right through that?
I was trying to take a break.
All right.
How long, Karen?
8:20?
5 minutes.
I mean, 8.
If we started the recording.
Right, so our second public hearing item tonight is a request for a water service line across property owned by Open Space Mountain Parks. This will be if approved, if recommended, approved by this body and council, and it goes into action, it will be an easement. So we will maintain ownership of the land. This will just be an easement right that would be conveyed to private landowners. And to walk us through this will be Bethany Collins, our senior manager of our real estate services work group. So with that, we can bring Bethany on the giant screen. Take it away.
Hey, everybody. I'm working on with Leah a little bit. I have screen sharing apparently disabled. So if I can't pull up my presentation, I'll just have Leah pull it up and go through the slides. Leah, have you been able to figure that out at all?
It's, I think it's loading right now.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah. Oh. Megan's gonna pull it up, Bethany, in just a sec.
Oh, there we go. Okay, and let me bring up the major presentation. All right, are you seeing normal screens or my presentation screen?
Yeah, the present, we're seeing it as you want us to.
Perfect. All right. Good evening, trustees. I'm here tonight for a short presentation, and then we'll have time for questions and discussions. It's been a while since I've had to make a presentation with you guys.
We're looking forward to it, Bethany.
I'm sure. All right. Let's go with next slide. I don't know if it did it or not. Let's see. Hang on, everybody. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, with this agenda item, the board is considering approval and a recommendation to City Council related to a request from Real Investments LLC and Craig and Nicole Harrison for a permanent non-exclusive water service line easement across Boulder Valley Farm open space. Because the conveyance of an easement is an interest in open space land, this matter must be approved and recommended consistent with the disposal provisions of the city charter. But as Dan gave you some detail at the beginning, the city and open space would still own this property. It's an easement request. For background and to get your bearings, the area we're discussing this evening is in the northwest corner of the city's Boulder Valley Farm open space, adjacent to 95th Street. And the 4 private lots and single outlot that form the end holding within open space. Craig and Nicole Harrison own 2 of the lots and the outlot, and Real Investments LLC, members of the Nasser family, own 2 of the lots, all of which were previously owned by the Culver and Fenwick family, who owned the entire Boulder Valley Farm. By special request, I've tried to prepare a couple of zoomed in images. In this first one, the black lines are parcel lines, and the red line, though not to scale, is depicting the proposed easement location over the city's property. To the left or west is North 95th Street, and to the right or east is the private outlot owned by Craig and Nicole Harrison. And I've done some pretty vintage artwork here. Again, here the black lines are parcel lines, and the red line, though not to scale, is depicting the proposed easement location over the city's property. To the left or west is 95th Street. The green parcels are those owned by Craig and Nicole Harrison, which include 2 residential lots and an outlot, which is a platted area typically identified for access and or private open space uses. The orange parcels are the 2 residential lots owned by Real Investments LLC. So together, the 2 kind of square green lots and the 2 orange lots would be what is served by the water line easement being discussed tonight. The request is for an approximately 6,950 square foot water service line easement to install and maintain 4 water service lines and meters for Left-Hand Water District domestic water service connecting the 4 private lots to the district's water main that's located in 95th Street. The easement would be 10 feet wide, except for an area adjacent to 95th Street right of way where it would be about 15 feet to accommodate the water meter pits. So here we get into the meat of some of this stuff. In June of 2022, after Left-Hand Water District board approval of a request to provide water service to the lots, OSMP real estate staff received outreach from the lot owners and Left-Hand Water District to discuss installation. Left-Hand Water District feels the platted subdivision for the subdivision plat for Boulder Valley Farm provides the district easement rights to install and maintain the proposed water service, and initially felt outreach to OSMP was simply procedural notice. But OSMP and city attorney's staff disagreed with the district's interpretation and do not believe there are clear easement rights that exist, and recommended the lot owners make a formal easement request consistent with the city's disposal procedures. However, because the district holds other easements on the Boulder Valley Farm property and is a Title 32 special district organized under state statute, the district is asserting condemnation authority to construct a water main to connect the 4 lots to domestic water if the proposed service lines could not be installed. Defending or litigating a condemnation or other legal action would be costly, and if OSMP were unsuccessful, installation of a large water main would be far more impactful to open space property than the proposed service lines. Additionally, staff acknowledged that these lots are located within the district's service area and that subdivision and water service agreements executed during the platting and pre-existing the city's ownership reflect an intent by the Culvers to have all the residential lots connected to district water service. Staff also understands the obstacles to and the undesirability of expanding or installing additional wells on these lots, as well as the reliability and fire protection upgrades the water district connections can provide. Due to these ambiguities, understandings, and desire by both OSMP and Left-Hand Water District to avoid legal action, the parties favor a collaborative effort to select a location preferred by OSMP, mitigate disturbance, and direct restoration and future access and maintenance activities. The proposed easement location is dry upland agricultural land along a fence line as shown in these photos taken from each end of the preferred alignment. OSMP resource and stewardship staff, planning staff, and other program staff have reviewed the request and have not identified sensitive or rare resources in the area, and believe that any disturbance to the land will be limited, short-term, and reclaimable. No impacts to the agricultural operation or open space uses of the property are expected, and cultural resource staff have performed an assessment of the easement area and found no concerns. Additionally, if present during installation or any major maintenance, prairie dogs and burros will be avoided, or the project will need a passive relocation permit. Additionally, the Russian olive tree along the alignment, seen in the photo on the right, would also be removed during installation of the water lines, and any fencing disturbed during the project would be repaired or replaced, all at the expense of the lot owners. The staff recommendation is being made after thorough analysis and research and collaborative work with the district and lot owners, along with legal support and careful consideration of the alternatives, which also included careful review of installation methods. To carry out the transaction as proposed with installation via trenching, the 4 water lines and meter pit would be installed within 2 foot wide by 5 feet deep trench via open cutting. Open cutting would minimize the impacts and future maintenance needed versus directional boring at this location, because all 4 service lines can be installed in a common trench, and there is minimal small equipment needed for installation, and all equipment and soil staging can remain within the permanent easement width. The method also provides for a shorter installation time and allows the use of polypipe in long spools which eliminates the need for extra couplings that can fail over time and require additional access points from the surface. For example and illustration purposes, this work would likely include a mini excavator and waterline spools placed at the edge of the project area only, which are depicted in these photos. Alternatively, directionally boring the private service lines in the same alignment could require up to 4 bore and receiver pits and 3 couplings, and would also require larger and deeper holes for installation, maintenance, and reconstruction, and additional surface access points. Geotechnical reporting and geotechnical report, which would include soil boring, would also be required to determine boring feasibility. And the larger equipment required for this work would require additional temporary or permanent easement area and significantly more equipment access and potential surface disturbance. Again, for illustration in these photos, a truck-mounted soil boring rig for the geotech, directional boring rig, mini excavator, water and pump truck, metal boring pipe, and then pulling of 4 water lines via 3 to 4 bore and receiver pits with couplings and manhole access would likely be necessary for the project. And lastly, if the department were to have to resolve the issues through legal actions or deny the request and risk legal action and be unsuccessful, the result would likely be a looped water service main with hydrants rather than the small water private service lines being requested, and require an easement easily more than twice the length and width proposed in this request. The most likely example being to follow the main access road and loop through the proposed easement alignment with an easement width of 25 feet or more, as depicted in the red looped diagram, mapping diagram on this slide. Heavy equipment such as backhoes and front end loaders would be used, and the water main would include hydrants and access manholes. The result would be a far less favorable outcome than the negotiated transaction, and would likely be lengthy and costly, in addition to the time and resources that have already gone into negotiating with the district and lot owners in lieu of litigation. The lot owners and district staff have worked diligently with open space staff to fulfill requests and provide information to advance this easement request. They've obtained approval from other agencies and have outreached to the adjacent neighbors regarding the proposed easement and water line installation. The water lines have been approved by Left Hand Water District Board of Directors and Boulder County Parks and Open Space, who hold the conservation easement on the outlot that the water line easement would cross. Open space staff, the lot owners, and the district have discussed alternatives and considered impacts, and have identified a preferred direct alignment co-located with existing utilities and where construction and access impacts can be mitigated. Open space resource staff have provided feedback on the proposed easement and service line installation, determining there will not be significant or permanent impacts to natural resources, and supporting the alignment in an existing utility corridor where limited but ongoing access and disturbance is already likely. We have collaborated to identify a method that allows for narrow easement width and no need for temporary easement area or disturbance. The lot owners have agreed to removal of invasives and restoration as requested by OSMP staff, as well as weed control if necessary for revegetation success and repair or replacement of fencing. And the lot owners and city will execute a water line service easement drafted with the city attorney's office that will have terms related to limiting construction and reconstruction disturbance, ongoing access restrictions and restoration requirements, as well as requirements to notify the city of access and maintenance activities, and provisions to obtain city approval related to construction and reconstruction disturbance and non-routine activities. Additionally, the lot owners will pay $1,000 for the water service line easement interest, which is the value of the easement interest in the portion of the property being encumbered. And that brings us to the staff recommendations and any questions you might have.
Thank you, Bethany. I especially appreciated slides that illustrated the machines that would be used and the approach of installing.
They're not pretty, but I'm glad you appreciate it.
Visualize. I have two quick questions.
Okay.
On your beautiful green and orange lot slide, I understand what the Harrison zone. Can you tell me about Real Investments LLC? Is that some real people who are inhabiting the house on the orange lots? Or
Yeah,
Is
yes.
that a corporation that is that place vacant now or what?
No, they are actually in the process of renovating the existing home on lot 3. So they own lot 3 and 4. And it is actually owned by David Nasser. It's just an LLC that many families or people form these days to have ownership and things like that. So it's a gentleman named David Nasser, and his son is actually applying to put a home on the lot 4, so the other lot, and so they live there and are actually
So it's real people who are going to
it's real
reside
people. It's
there.
real people. Great. They've been great neighbors, and really they along with the Harrisons are some of the better neighbors that you could ask to be in holdings in open space. So yeah.
Thanks.
Definitely.
Then the other question that I had is the memo says that the Russian olive tree would likely be removed. You used much more declarative statements when you talked about the Russian olive tree. My question is, just for clarification, in the legal documents, are you planning on including removal of the Russian olive tree, setting aside the topsoil as this trench is dug to preserve it and reinstall it?
Yes, yeah. So
natives and using specified native seed mix?
Yes. All of those are in all of any agreements or easements that we carry out. So topsoil is separated from any kind of foundation or fill as it's removed, and they are put back in the correct order. They're put back under dry soil conditions. They can't be put back wet. No topsoil import is ever allowed without serious testing and things like that, but it would never be necessary on this project, but it will be. So we were awaiting our cultural review to make sure there wasn't any, anything sensitive around the tree before we said it will be removed. But yes, it will be removed during the construction. So that's why I put likely. We didn't want to, before the Christian had performed a cultural review of the potential corridor, we didn't want to say for certain. But yes, it will include provisions that would be removed.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Any other clarifying questions? John? No.
I don't have any.
Okay, then we're ready for public comment. Is there anybody signed up for public comment?
No, and there are no hands raised.
Okay. So is there a motion?
I move.
Do you have the best eyes tonight?
The open space and mountain park staff, let's see, when am I moving? Okay, let me start.
Trustees.
Yeah, the open space board of trustees approve and recommend that city council approve the conveyance of a permanent non-exclusive water service line easement to Craig and Nicole Harrison in Real Investments LLC for the installation and maintenance of 4 left-hand water district water lines across the area of Boulder Valley Farm open space as generally depicted on attachment B, consistent with the disposal procedures of Article 12, Section 177 of the City of Boulder Charter.
I'll say second. At the same time.
I heard Michelle first, so Michelle seconding this. Is there any further discussion before we vote? Okay, Don, your vote.
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Caroline,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. Thank you very much.
I believe this is a public hearing item, so I think we had to have.
Yeah, we did. There was no.
Oh, there was no. Okay, great. Sorry. You guys are
Went
so
that
fast.
quick tonight.
Yeah. And thank you, Bethany, for responding to my request as well.
Certainly. No, I appreciate it. And Michelle, I'm so sorry. Some of our maps, I'm sure, you know, anytime you need to ask for follow-up on some of our maps, please let me know. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bethany.
Of course.
All right, Karen, we're bringing over to matters from the department. We have 2 items tonight. And we're gonna actually switch, which you announced in the beginning. We're gonna start with our travel relations update. And as many of you know, this has been an effort that the city of Boulder has been very deeply involved in since the late 1990s. Open Space Department, I'm very proud to report, has been a leader in that effort and continuing up till today. And the next 10 days is a big time for the city, as we will be meeting with council tomorrow night to update them. So you're kind of we're working things out with you. We'll be at council tomorrow night. Then next week we'll be inviting tribal representatives from over a dozen tribal nations here to the city of Boulder to participate in what we call city tribal consultation. And I also will provide, tonight will be an opportunity for Phil and Katie to provide you quick updates on some other tribal relations work that is ongoing here at the department. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Phil Yates, who is going to walk us through the presentation, and Katie Knapp will also have a brief portion of tonight's presentation. So Phil.
Yeah. Cue that up. Well, thanks so much. Karen, thank you so much for reading the land acknowledgement today. This is just a shorter version of what we provide to the community, but I also think it's really important to stress and acknowledge the work that the community did to develop the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution, which this is based on, and receiving guidance and from the community, and also tribal nations also led to this document as well. And I want to channel and echo a lot of what Ernest House would say, that this is not an endpoint. This is a foundation for future and ongoing work. Next slide. So what is tribal consultation and engagement? I think when we think about it and we look at it, and I think as we look back at what occurred in the 90s and the early 2000s, it's really recognized and based on tribal sovereignty and the unique legal relationship the US government has with federally recognized American Indian tribal nations. And how can we also have a similar type of relationship, maybe with a capital C, that still is recognized in that unique standing of tribal sovereignty and recognizing that. Consultation doesn't really entail the development of a relationship based on trust, and to really understand and consider the effects we may have and that could have on the consulting parties, in particular tribal nations. As we'll see, we have ongoing and existing relationships with tribes as part of 4 agreements. And one of the key essential elements is consultation is really ensuring that it's consensus-based. There's mutual respect, understanding with the parties, and an iterative process that moves toward a shared goal. And if speaking with our consultants today, or about 2 days ago, one thing that really came forward was, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to make a difference, go together. So that, I think, is a real centerpiece for our work with the tribes. Next slide. And so how do we work together in BOT? So what we usually do have is pretty much what we think is annual consultation, but that can actually occur maybe not every year, but several other years. But that's really organized to address and make progress on the topics that were raised at previous meetings. And what they're really critical in providing those face-to-face discussions and helping to build ongoing relationships. The consultation we're having in March is actually the first time we can have an in-person consultation since 2019. Unfortunately, the 2020, 2021, and 2022 consultations were in-person consultations, but we could not do because of COVID. One of the important things that's been a direct result of the starting of consultation is our opportunity to have working group meetings with the tribes. Currently, right now, they're quarterly meetings, and they've been really critical in developing ongoing and education collaboration. But another key part of working group meetings have been really important in is developing a updated proposed MOU with the tribes that we'll talk about more. That occurred in 2019 following the 2019 consultation. Another way we can work with the tribes is actually specifically focused on more discrete projects. For example, Kenny will be talking a lot about the Four Chambers project, and we're very grateful and for the opportunity to speak with the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, the Northern Arapaho tribe, and the Northern Cheyenne tribe regarding that effort. And then in some instances, there may be limited situation where the city may conduct tribal consultations on the behalf of a federal agency. That's limited, but the city really does pursue the top three more often. Next slide. So how do they begin? I am not the historian of tribal consultation. I know a little bit, but they did begin in the late 1990s because of concerns generally around culturally important areas in the NIST area. Past that, the city did decide to consult more in depth with the tribes since then, and that led to actually 4 MOUs that the city shares with tribal nations. They focus on open space. There's specifically MOUs were developed in 1999, 2002, and 2004. What those existing open space focus agreements really do focus on is preserving open space and cultural resources, recognizing open space purposes in the city charter, providing opportunities for ceremonial practice with fire on open space, notifying tribes if human remains, cultural resources are inadvertently discovered, and then establishing yearly consultations when financially feasible. And I want to stress that these MOUs are currently in effect and still exist, and are important guidance for our ongoing work with the tribes. And so unfortunately, regular consultations in the early 2000s were paused generally in the mid 2000s. But unfortunately, community members who worked together developed Indigenous Peoples' Day resolution in 2016. And that directed city staff to seek guidance from tribal nations that share agreements with the city to rename Settlers Park in West Boulder. As a direct result of that, we had meetings and consultations in 2021 and 2022. Those have largely focused on developing an MOU, but as a part of those consultations, we were also able to rename Settlers Park in West Boulder to the People's Crossing, a name that was developed and provided to us generally through a tribal elder. And we also were able to receive guidance on the land acknowledgement and then set a foundation for working group meetings that you'll hear more about. Next slide. So currently there's several policies that help guide ongoing consultations with the tribal nations that we share agreements with. First and foremost is a recognition of tribal sovereignty, guidance and desires provided by tribal representatives, the MOUs we share, discussions at past consultations, the Indigenous Peoples' Day resolution, the racial equity plan, our land acknowledgement, the master plan, our OSMP master plan, and federal and state best practices. So a large part of a lot of policies that kind of can be a little confusing, but they all do provide important guidance to think about next steps in our conversations with the tribal nations. Next slide. So we still have a lot to learn. We still have a wonderful opportunity to learn a lot, but we know there's much more for us to learn moving forward. But ultimately, what guides a lot of our conversations right now, and I think this is a lot of lessons learned from our consultants, Ernest House, Jesse Quinto with Living Heritage Anthropology, and our cultural resource stewardship staff, who has been so important in this work. And I just want to take a second to thank our cultural resource stewardship staff for being kind of amazing. First and foremost is respect tribal sovereignty. We really take the time to build and sustain long-term relationships. One thing that we are really interested in and moving forward on is learning tribal nations consultation priorities, recognizing that they're very busy. And what we also want to do is strive for meaningful outcomes. What does success look like, and how can we do that together in a collaborative approach? Fulfill MOUs, plans and policies, and past consultations, and also recognize that relationship building and completing collaborative projects do take time, like the Four Chambers project likely will. And one important thing is as a part of this work is really take the time to protect sensitive information. There are some things that we can talk about and some things that we cannot talk about. And more than anything too, is also to understand the importance of collaborating with local Indigenous community members here in the Boulder area as well. That's an important part of the process. So the 2023 consultation right now is scheduled for Wednesday, March 15th and Thursday, March 16th. It is going to be a closed consultation. We are going to record the opening part of the consultation for the public to see, but there are some parts of the consultation will be closed. But the topics that we're currently talking about is the proposed MOU. More than anything, also recognizing it's taken time, but there are new elected leaders of tribal governments, appointed representatives that need updates. We're looking to do field trips, site visits to open space areas to, again, building relationships and guide future work. And more than anything, this will also help to honor the request for field visits, which the 2020 consultation sought to do, but we couldn't do because of COVID. And more than anything too, is also update our community through a recording on the projects that we're working with on the tribes, including the Fort Chambers Poor Farm project and the ethnographic report. I'll provide some details of that. Next slide. And so as a part of consultation, we're very fortunate to have annual consultations, but we do have the opportunity to have a working group that currently is really focused on fulfilling the education interpretive commitments that have been made at the 2019, 2021 consultations. And it really does focus on developing education interpretive materials. The working group has been critical in developing the ethnographic report. It took about 3 meetings to really talk about the scope, what should it be a part of, and really making sure that we're all aware going in with our eyes open. So a very collaborative effort in developing the kind of the foundation for this report. And we're very fortunate also, we had 13 representatives that showed up at the last meeting, and it does create a forum to discuss other topics, kind of ongoing guidance for education interpretive signs. How do we address the remaining Settlers Park inscription, but then some other issues that may come up from time to time that we need to discuss, particularly sensitive information that provides us that opportunity. Next slide. So here's a list of all the tribes that are going to participate. Out of the list, there's 13 that are currently scheduled to come. This is a list of 16 nations, but 13 are planning to come, or at least sending one representative to come. And the representative could be either what we'll call, or generally called the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. Some others might be actually leaders of the nation themselves. Next slide. And so one of the key focuses of the consultation this year, and has been a focus of previous conversation, is a proposed MOU. And so what this proposed MOU seeks to do is consolidate the past agreements that we share with tribal nations, set a foundation for future ongoing collaboration and discussion with tribal nations. And more than, I think, one thing that's kind of the through point of the past MOUs in this one is to seek, uphold, and support open space purposes in the city charter. And then also to seek and support tribal input regarding OS&P land management. Next slide. Other parts of the constitution continues, consultation, MOU seeks to do is continue the ongoing cultural resource consultation that's so important and has been very interesting and illuminating. And I just again want to commend the cultural resource staff at Open Space for their terrific work. It requires notification of discovery of inadvertent finds or human remains, ongoing collaboration on education and interpretation materials, continues the process for ceremonial access with temporary structures and or fire, and then does seek, require the city to explore a permanent ceremonial site on city lands. So several ongoing conversations, been very, very important, and hopefully we're nearing a place where we can move this towards decision makers to review. Next slide. So now Katie to talk about the Fort Chambers project.
Great, thanks, Phil. So I'm Katie Knapp. I'm a planner with Open Space Mountain Parks, and I'm also the project manager for the Fort Chambers Poor Farm site management plan. So as you know, the packet that you got this month included a written update on the project, and I'd like to provide a few highlights as well. So just kind of to orient you to the map that's on the screen here, the Fort Chambers Poor Farm property is kind of the upside down L-shaped property outlined in red. Boulder Creek is the blue line to the south. The property is on 63rd Street and J Road is just to the north. And it's located pretty much right between the Boulder Airport and the Saw Hill Ponds, Walden Ponds area. All right, next slide. So we are very fortunate to be working with Arapaho and Cheyenne representatives on this project. We're working specifically with those tribes because this property has a direct connection with the Sand Creek Massacre. The property is the presumed site of Fort Chambers, where Boulder area men had assembled and trained back in 1864 prior to their participation in atrocities at Sand Creek. Company D had trained here. They also attacked a Cheyenne camp near Sterling, Colorado. So we have assembled information about the property, its resources, and its history, developing an inventory report to inform the site planning process. And this report was just released today and made available on our project website. Okay, next slide. The tribal nation representatives that we're working with to provide input to help guide the long-term management of the property have been very fortunate to be working with them. You know, as part of the process, we're also working with the tribes to understand their desired long-term relationship with the property. And with their help, we'd like to understand how best to interpret the property so that community members can also learn about the history of Fort Chambers and Boulder's role in the Sand Creek Massacre. So this includes addressing an existing historic marker that is on the site right now. It has some problematic and offensive language on it. So we're looking to see how best to reinterpret that or what to do with that marker as well. And also we'd like to identify opportunities to develop some appropriate interpretive materials and programs to integrate the broader Indigenous history into Boulder's history. And that effort will be coordinated with the planned ethnographic report that Phil will be talking about in a little bit as well. Next slide. So the project, the planning process has 4 main phases. The first phase really sets the foundation for the process, includes developing the new inventory report, as well as a project-specific MOU or memorandum of understanding. And that will outline our coordination efforts with the tribes. We're just wrapping up phase 1 and starting phase 2, which is where we are exploring opportunities for the site, and we'll be developing some different site plan alternatives. So we're just starting that phase right now. After that, phase 3 is where we'll evaluate the different alternatives with in collaboration with the tribes with their help, and then be developing a preferred alternative that we then plan to bring forward to the board and the community for feedback. Once we gather that feedback, we'll move into phase 4 and develop a final plan, making revisions to incorporate the feedback that we get from the board and the community. So the process here, I've also included an estimated timeline, but I just want to note that it is subject to change. We've built in time for coordination, but we do recognize that our tribal partners are extremely busy. They have a lot of different projects, so we may need to make some adjustments to that. Next slide. And then our immediate next steps include working with the tribal representatives to finalize the memorandum of understanding to outline that collaborative effort on the project. And just want to clarify that this is a project-specific MOU, so it's different than the MOU that Phil has been talking about. We're also starting to highlight opportunities and develop site management plan alternatives for tribal input, as I mentioned, for that phase 2. We anticipate providing an update to the board later this year after we are able to work with the tribes on that. And our conversations with the tribal partners will continue. We look forward to strengthening that relationship, listening, learning more from them. And now Phil will tell you a little bit more about the ethnographic report.
So like Katie said, if you really take a second to get deep into Boulder histories, particularly one from 1880, you recognize that our perspective, the history of Boulder is dominated by American perspectives and fails to adequately include Indigenous perspectives. So right now, what we've done and what we've been able to do, and we really want to extend our gratitude to the partners that we've been able to work with, is over, I think, 4 meetings, we were able to develop a scope, get approval to develop what we're calling an ethnographic educational report that will be informed by in-person interviews with tribal representatives to really help them share the stories they want to tell, and then to help communicate their cultural, spiritual, and historical connections to the Boulder Valley. During it, as a part of this initial work, there certainly was a conversation. It's like, where do you start? And so why just develop education? Well, you need to have a baseline. And so that is kind of where we started. And that's how we honed this work over time. And what this report's meant to do is really provide a foundation for future collaboration on education and interpretive materials. But I think as a part of that is also learning for staff, it's learning for the community, and it's also kind of what might meaningful engagement and collaboration look like in the future. I think is an important theme for us to consider and think about as a part of this report. And as in a meeting in August, we did receive permission from tribal representatives to release a final report after they approve it in early 2026. You may ask, why does that take that long? Well, it's going to take time to schedule interviews, do initial research, and then just make sure we're working through the appropriate cultural channels to approve it, adopt it, and then provide it to city staff. We do not have so yeah, it's going to take some time to review, and we look forward to its completion. And the person that's going to be working and helping us develop this is Jessica Yaquinto with Living Heritage Anthropology, who has been instrumental in helping the city conduct and rebuild relationships with tribal nations. Next slide. And so as a part of this work, the working group is, as the ethnographic report is being developed, we are receiving guidance on how to address some dated Indigenous related signs on the system. It's been very impactful in terms of hearing and listening some of the ongoing, particularly as it relates to the marker, some of the conversations as what we've heard as a part of that process. And they were curious about other things on the system. And so as a part of this, we did receive guidance to remove signs in the People's Crossing area and a sign along Boulder Creek, just south of the People's Crossing, just given this location near remaining Settlers Park inscription. Those signs are dated. The People's Crossing signs were, I think, were both installed in the early 1990s, while the sign along Boulder Creek was installed in the early 1990s as well. And so as a part of this ethnographic report, one thing that we're also really trying to do is just think about step-by-step a broader, more integrated, comprehensive education interpretive approach across city open space. And then just to kind of honor the renaming of Settlers Park to the People's Crossing, there is still a Settlers Park inscription on a concrete underpass tunnel structure that connects MG Fine Park and the People's Crossing. As a part of us bringing the renaming to City Council, we did say we were going to talk to tribal nations as a part of what should we do with that inscription. And we did receive guidance to remove the Settlers Park inscription and replace it with the People's Crossing name, and that we've begun initial efforts to do that, but it will require approval from the Colorado Department of Transportation. So want to make sure that we're honoring the steps along the way. Next slide. And so I didn't have the thing, but the picture on the left was a picture of the in-person consultation that I believe you were there for, Karen, right?
2019.
Yeah. And so that was a big group picture we were able to do right across the creek. And then unfortunately, we weren't able to meet in person several other times. And the picture from the right is from the 2021 consultation. So a bunch of different people on the screen. It's been illuminating and one of the most rewarding experiences of my career to participate in this. But I, again, want to just thank people across the city who helped with this, from the city manager's office, city communications, housing and human services, the city attorney's office. Open space has been instrumental. Dan, thank you for your support. Pam Davis, cultural resource stewardship staff, and then a really big thanks to Ernest House with the Keystone Policy Center and Jessica Yaquinto with Living Heritage Anthropology. They've been amazing. Questions?
I have one question. It seems to me this ethnographic report that you have outlined is going to be a substantial document that's worth making available to the public.
Yes.
If I understood the process and the objective correctly. And I'm wondering why, or whether you have already pursued archiving it in the Carnegie Library, both the recordings of the stories and the textual final report that you create. Because that's the kind of work that they do, and that's what they archive, is those kinds of documents. And it seems to me it would be much better to include it as part of the Carnegie Library than just hold it in OSMP office.
Oh, this is meant for the public. Carnegie, once it's completed and it's been reviewed by tribes, is then provided to us, the city, to share. But I want to be very clear, a lot of the source material that goes into the report, we got to recognize those might be sensitive cultural resource stories that are to be held by the tribes. And then we get a final report following their review. My understanding?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you want to have it archived in the Carnegie Library, whether it wouldn't be appropriate to contact them early on to make sure that link is possible and that, you've crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's to enable that.
Yeah, we are in contact with the Carnegie Library as a part of this ongoing, what should be documented at the Carnegie? What are the resources we need for this report? So we are actually involved in conversations with them right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then would it be correct from there that once it is complete, there would be many different outlets that would be using it to distribute?
Absolutely. So right in Jefferson County recently, the ethnographic report with our partners as well. And so how do we then, so we're looking actually at it too as a way to build education, interpretive materials. So we're following kind of the same approach that Jefferson County is. How do we build and just increase knowledge of Indigenous stories, incorporate Indigenous stories into our history? So this is meant to be shared far and wide.
You have a question on the marker at the Fort Chambers. Who owns that?
It's my understanding that we own that, the city owns.
So the city owns that? So is there any reason why it's still there?
Well, it's still there. What we've heard from our tribal partners is that it's an important part of the story to show how the history has been misrepresented for so many years. And so although the marker has offensive language, what they'd like to do is work with us to see how to maybe have some additional context, signage or to do something else with it, but not to just take it away at this point.
So could we place it in a place for holding it until decisions on what's going to happen occur? In other words, why is it still out there?
Yeah, I don't.
So I mean, I can't really answer that, but I do think it's an important thing for reckoning with history. Why it's out there. I think what we've heard in particular is the hurt and the feelings that they get when they see that sign, that it's not true, it's an inaccurate story. That said, I do think it's important for us to realize what had occurred and to hear and have those feelings justified. One thing about this marker, it was installed in the late 1950s by the granddaughter of George Chambers. By that time, one thing that even at that time, by 1960, the Boulder community still called the Sand Creek Massacre a battle. And it's been I think a large part of even knowing there were multiple congressional investigations following Sand Creek documenting the barbarity. The Boulder community still called it a battle. So I do think as a part of what we hear from our tribal partners is that just taking something away and not acknowledging it can actually maybe be more harmful. Why is it still out there? I do think to some degree it is a reckoning for a lot of people. I grew up in Boulder, did not know about the history of what occurred. So I think it is a part of how do we confront history? How do we think about it? And how do we move forward?
I would say, Dave, if the recommendation coming out of the site plan and the tribes say, please remove it, we will absolutely remove it. But right now, we didn't, I mean, I think our instinct would be, let's just put it in the back of the truck and take it away. But what we've heard is, hold on, maybe that's not the best thing to do. And although we haven't, I don't think, come to the conclusion that the tribes have given us, it's, they basically have said that maybe there's a combination of things to do rather than just removing it. So that will be a big part of the recommendation coming out of the plan is the fate of the sign and what to do with it.
Is your point that before and until there's an adjacent interpretive material,
Right.
that it should be
mean,
temporary removed and
Yes,
stored?
right, and I guess I would suggest that we do remove it and store it at Cherryvale until there is a decision on the context for its interpretation. I think it just being out there isn't really, and we disagree, Phil. I don't think it's really serving any productive purpose at this point without that educational interpretive context. And it's not unlike Dan and we've been kind of through this, the marker up at Gold Hill that had John Shivington's name associated with it. Finally, there was some effort to, remove that from it. But I just think its presence out on the land right now is
Contradictory.
Yeah, I was gonna say not
the
worthwhile,
objective.
but it.
It's contradictory to the
Right. And I don't mean to dispose of it, but I think it's worth taking it away until we've got an idea or we know what we're gonna do as far as its interpretive value.
Casey, did you want to add something?
I did. When we were out on the site with the tribes, what we heard was let's leave it kind of in place because there were multiple ideas about how to interpret it. And so I think our tribal representatives kind of gave input to just kind of leave it as is. And as Dan said, through this process determine the fate. So I think, from those initial, conversations when we brought the tribes out and we all looked at the marker together, it was, let's just leave it here because that might be what the final recommendation is. There was no consensus around what that would be, but that was in the spectrum of possibilities of, additional interpretive signage next to it. So it was just kind of leave it in place and let the process decide it. And so I think what we're all saying is I think that just honors kind of what we've heard from the tribes thus far.
Yeah, we plan on having conversations about it and we've even talked about maybe doing some temporary signage as, but it's something that we want to do with the tribes. There's also been some suggestions about maybe bringing it to the exhibit at the History Colorado Museum. They've got the Sand Creek exhibit there because it could be a piece. So it's just until we decide anything, they just wanted us to keep it where it is.
The temporary signage seems like a good option or idea.
Could that be prioritized? Wording of an interpretive temporary sign be prioritized in the list of multiple to-dos?
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely something.
That's what I'm hearing from the board, is that just leaving it may not be the best option.
Sure. We can do that.
Great, thanks.
And thanks, Casey.
And then I think I just have one more clarifying question. I know you said that you guys are working on a current MOU. Was the last one that you said 04?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to double check.
Any other questions?
Great. Well, Phil, a big thanks to you for helping to coordinate a lot of this on behalf of the city and working with the city manager's office. So you're putting us in a good position over the next week and appreciate that. All right, we are going to be moving into our second and final matters from the department tonight, and that is sort of a follow-up, a sequel to our study session in February. This is our new program area science and climate resilience update, and this is part 2. That new program area spans several different program areas and subject matters. And we divided it up into 2. And last month, we talked about a little bit more about the climate program, as well as our wildfire resilience efforts. And tonight, we're going to be focusing on 3 other subparts of this program area. Adaptive management is a subject matter that falls within the realm that this group can help coordinate on behalf of the department. And then we'll get some updates and presentation on our funded research program, as well as an update on some publications based on some research that has open space connections. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Science and Climate Resilience Program Senior Manager, Brian Edeker.
Thank you, Dan. And next slide, please. Here's our outline for the presentation tonight. As Dan said, we're going to start with adaptive management. Brian, myself and Heather are going to cover that. We'll do about 20 minutes of presentation. We'll break there for OSBT questions. And then we'll turn it over to Ann Lesberg, who's joining us virtually tonight for an additional 15-minute presentation and about 10 minutes of question and answer with the board. Next slide. So I wanted to start with where we've been on adaptive management recently with the board. Starting back in October of 2021, we had a retreat where staff gave a presentation which included some definitions, about 7 worked examples, and we've included those slides as part of your packet tonight as attachment D. After that retreat, OSBT worked up a set of 6 recommendations that they delivered to staff. We've included those as attachment B. Staff took those recommendations, reviewed them, responded to them in the form of a written update item for the April 13, 2022 business meeting, in which we also promised to keep working on this and to come back for a 3rd and likely final touch here tonight. And in the interim between then and tonight, we've drafted a set of adaptive management guidelines, which we've included as attachment A in your packet. Next slide. So what we've got here on the left-hand column are those 6 recommendations that we got from you. Those were our starting place. With additional staff conversation and document review, we came up with a list of 10, our top 10 guidelines for adaptive management. In the right column, I see they're getting truncated there in the bottom. There's one more hanging off the bottom there. And then the arrows between there represent a crosswalk. So we can just wanted to make it really clear that we heard you, we took your input very seriously, and we're showing you exactly where you can find your feedback reflected in the resulting guidelines. As an example, your recommendation number 6 reads, it would be helpful for staff to define a template describing adaptive management for OSMP use. That one is found almost verbatim in Adaptive Management Guideline 8. Create a template for adaptive management at OSMP. In the guidelines document, we go on to have some additional context for that guideline and some narrative supporting what that might mean. That single recommendation, however, also has relevance to guidelines 7, 9, and 10, which are around bringing some additional training to OSMP staff, discussing the costs and trade-offs when we look at adaptive management processes. And then 10, I believe, is about continuous improvement, so that this isn't a one and done treatment of the guidelines, but we're going to learn over time and adaptively update them themselves. Thank you. So part of our research was to look back through these documents one more time, including the 05 Visitor Master Plan, where we had a lot of references to adaptive management. We also reread the 2009 Department of Interior Adaptive Management Technical Guide, the 2019 Master Plan, of course, which has a section on adaptive management, and the most recent Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. We really liked the working definition from DOI, so we cut that out and put it on the slide here. You'll also see it quoted directly in the guideline document itself. And it basically lays out the different steps of adaptive management process. And rather than read that to you, I'll just show you a visual way to represent that on the next slide, which is our favorite thing, the wheel. So key process diagram that comes up whenever you talk about adaptive management is a circular flow diagram, typically involving 5 to 7 or 9 steps. We like the one we had in the master plan from 2019, so we just repurposed that for our guidelines. We made one key modification, which was that on step 7, we superimposed some arrows on the perimeter of that circle. And that helps us make this distinction. And really, we worked with you in the retreat to come up with these terms. So what we're calling them are the big wheel process, which is all 7 steps, and the little wheel process, which are those arrows around step 7. And I'll talk about that distinction here. So the big wheel is really the more formal process that involves all 7 steps. Start at the top. We work with OSBT and our stakeholder groups to review the process that we're about to undertake. Step 2, we take a look at existing guidance, data, and trends that relate to the conversation. Step 3, what existing conditions are there? What are desired conditions? What are the related indicators, thresholds, and triggers? Step 4 is an alternatives analysis. What are the various management options that we have? Step 5 is update management guidance. Really, that means to select an alternative to go forward into step 6, which is implementation of a management action or a pilot project. That leads us into step 7, where we've implemented some action and we're monitoring and adjusting as we go, ahead of going back to stakeholders and OSBT to say, what did we learn and where do we want to go from here? So those 7 steps represent that formal approach, the big wheel process for adaptive management. The arrows around 7 then are more of a staff-driven process where we're making observations or formal monitoring, data collection and analysis, seeing what we're learning almost in real time and making pretty quick or short-term decisions without having to go back out for additional review with our stakeholders or the board. And a lot of the adaptive management we talk about as staff is really in that realm of little wheel processes. And we almost reserve this big wheel for really special situations, which we talk about in the guidelines. How do we know which of these processes to use? Let me see what the next slide has here. Okay, can you go back one more? A couple more points I wanted to make. So in the guidelines, we talk about the distinction between big wheel and little wheel. So we're not just presenting it to you here tonight. We have it baked in there for all staff to read and think through critically. And I just wanted to flag adaptive management guideline 2, which is the one that talks about the criteria for deciding should you go for a big wheel process or is a little wheel process sufficient. And I'll turn it over to Heather now, and she's going to walk you through a work example using prairie dogs with the big wheels. And she'll also talk about some of the guidelines, specifically number 2. I think you'll talk about what those criteria look like to help us select one of these. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to say. So over to you.
All right, great. Thanks, Brian. Heather Swanson. I'm the interim deputy director of resource and stewardship and the ethical stewardship senior manager. And I am going to just talk through a quick example, looking at that big wheel, little wheel, and then we'll actually look at the guidelines themselves. So prairie dog management is one that, you know, the department has performed a variety of different evaluation processes for prairie dog management over the years, and really management has evolved a lot over the years of open space. So the community feelings on prairie dogs, the science behind what's effective has changed drastically since the open space department started to manage prairie dogs. So 2 of the most recent processes that would have gone through this sort of big wheel adaptive management are the grassland plan and then also the prairie dog working recommendations. And so those both involved decision makers, a lot of community and stakeholder involvement, evaluating different alternatives, and then sort of coming up with those final sets of plans and recommendations. So once those processes were done, we landed at that step 7 that Brian was talking about as our little wheel. And so a lot of prairie dog management is the year-to-year adaptive management. So annual mapping happens every single year, and we have that information then to inform our plans for the year. When we're doing relocations, Lynn and others are working on evaluating the vegetation on receiving sites and collecting quantitative data on the status of that. And so that information then feeds into us coming up with our annual management plans for prairie dogs, whether it's relocation or plague abatement or just continued monitoring or any type of restoration that we want to do, and working with tenants on properties that have prairie dogs on leased agricultural fields. So that's kind of the ongoing year after year after year work. Prairie dogs, because it does have a high level of community interest, we often are reporting out on those findings at our annual public meeting. But again, it's still that fairly quick response. We collect the data and then use it to inform the next year's plans. Next slide. So as we were going through this annual cycle, oh, it all disappeared. Let me go back one. There we go. We were starting to see that populations were getting much higher. We were getting a lot of feedback from tenants regarding conflict on prairie dogs. And there was sort of an increased community focus on agricultural sustainability, partially corresponding with the agricultural management plan being completed. And so that was sort of saying to us that maybe it was time to take a broader look at prairie dog management. Next slide. And so that landed at what we called the expedited process. And so I'm just going to walk quickly through what that looked like. That was sort of a big wheel process. And due to the high level of community interest, the high level of impact to agriculture and grassland ecosystems from prairie dogs, that was really one that lent itself to that bigger wheel process with a lot more community involvement, more check-ins with the board, and eventually with city council. So again, sort of that first step was scoping what the process was going to look like and talking with the board about that. Next. Then the second step, sorry, that wasn't supposed to be there. Next slide. So then the second step was, looking at our prairie dog mapping, looking at the feedback that we were getting from tenants, looking at conditions on the ground to collect that guidance and data for what we had about what was going on out there. Next. And then third, analysis of the desired conditions and indicators. That was really the evaluation not only of what the conditions on the ground were now, but what our desired conditions for the future would be, especially on irrigated agricultural lands for this particular process. And then also collecting community feedback and having conversations with stakeholders about their thoughts on those desired conditions. Next. And then we were looking at alternatives. Staff prepared a series of different alternatives of what type of management we could do to address some of the conflicts that we were seeing. Next. Number 5, then we came up with the preferred alternative in collaboration with the board over the course of a study session, and I think it was 1 or 2 board meetings and public hearings, which then took us to the next step, number 6, which was to go through actually implementing what the preferred alternative included. And so in 2021, we began in 2020 after we had talked with city council, but began in earnest in 21 and in 22 of doing prairie dog removals, installing barriers, doing agricultural restoration, and then we'll be continuing that work here in 23. And then the whole time, next slide, collecting our monitoring information in addition to some new monitoring information related to kind of the what the conditions were on those agricultural properties. We've been doing some more in-depth looks at properties with prairie dog conflict in irrigated agriculture to better understand where the best opportunities are there. And then our annual review and planning. So next slide. And one thing that we had sort of included in this conversation was the fact that a lot of what we were going to be doing was new or we hadn't done in a very long time. And so we knew that there would be a process of learning, refining, and that some of that learning was probably a little bit bigger scale. And some of the refinements might be a little bit bigger scale than would be suggested just from that annual sort of small wheel adaptive management. So we're in the process now of looking at the conditions on the ground that may have changed since we were having those conversations with the community and with the board and council, what lessons we've learned from our implementation and what's worked well and what may not have worked quite as well. Next. And so now for this year, we find ourselves sort of back at the top of that big wheel of adaptive management. That small number 7 wheel will be continuing in 23 as we implement our management actions for this year and do our mapping and our monitoring, but we're going to be, as we've told you before, sort of undertaking that bigger wheel again at sort of a higher level. Next. So now I want to turn to the actual adaptive management guidelines. You know, adaptive management is not a new concept, obviously, for open space. It's kind of baked into most of what we do, but the guidelines are new and a way to capture some of this guidance so that maybe staff understanding is more consistent. Maybe we have a reference that it's easy for people to go to kind of understand how to incorporate this into their work. So there are 10, yep, it's gone up there too. And they are in their packet. So I won't read each one of them to you, but we certainly can talk about any of them if you would like. But I am going to highlight the 4 that are in red. So number 1, number 2, number 6, and number 9, and just discuss those in a little bit more detail. Next. So number 1 is to use an adaptive management approach for decision-making. And this is really just putting down in writing the expectation that when we are making decisions, adaptive management is really the expectation, especially when we're making the types of decisions that really lend themselves to that kind of big wheel, more deliberate process of adaptive management involving stakeholders in the community and decision makers. Next. And then number 2 is what Brian was talking about. So this is, we're calling this using a sliding scale criteria, and that comes from some of the federal documents that have kind of outlined this concept as well. And so the idea of this is that not every project is going to have the same level of complexity or risk or stakeholder interest or involvement, and how the project is characterized in some of those terms really makes a big difference as far as how the process should proceed in order to be successful. And so we're looking at the uncertainty of the issue. How much information do we have? Do we even understand what we're talking about? What's the risk? Are there high levels of impacts to either, if you're talking about visitor use, to visitor experience, or to natural resources, or to agricultural production, or whatever the issue is that we're looking at? What's the level of stakeholder involvement? Is this something that has a lot of attention in the community and is likely to have a lot of people interested in it? And then the level of controversy, the potential for litigation is not something, luckily, that we often are dealing with, but there could be some situations, I guess. But certainly the level of controversy in the community. Does the community have kind of a consistent viewpoint on this, or is this something that's pretty controversial? And where you fall within that spectrum will really help you to understand, first of all, to make that first cut of, is this sort of a little wheel decision or is this a big wheel decision? If it's got a high risk and a high level of controversy and a high level of stakeholder involvement, you're probably looking at that bigger wheel, more in-depth process of adaptive management. This can also help you understand what the risks of undertaking that process are. So how likely is it that we can move smoothly through those 7 steps and have a good, smooth process? As controversy goes up, obviously the risk of getting sort of derailed on that smooth, straightforward process is higher. The level to which decision-making will be data-driven can shift a lot depending on the controversy. in some situations, the data is really what's looked at and what informs the decision. In other times, there's a lot of emotion or stakeholder investment in what's going on that is every bit as important as the data in looking at those decisions. So understanding that up front is really helpful for staff to not only design the adaptive management approach, but also kind of think ahead about what some of the more difficult areas might be and how to set it up for the best chance of success. Next. And then number 6 is identifying thresholds. And this is one that, again, of those places on the adaptive management cycle where things can get sort of off track. This is one way to help head that off. And so if a project can go through the process of identifying specific thresholds that will either indicate that it's not, that what's being done is not successful, or thresholds that would, what Brian's calling triggers sort of reevaluation or maybe enhanced monitoring, that can really go a long way towards having that adaptive management cycle be successful. And we had just kind of highlighted here that really early in the process, and this obviously links very closely with 2, that staff should really look at the level of contention, the political context, the degree of understanding of the problem in the public and with decision makers. And that can really help us to identify what monitoring is needed first. Do we have baseline data that we need to get, especially if that level of certainty is low? And to what degree is data really what we're focusing on, or is it sort of one of many factors that are really going to factor into a decision? Next. And then, of course, evaluating costs and trade-offs. This is always important. Monitoring is really key to adaptive management, but depending on the complexity of the monitoring can be very long-term, very staff or budget intensive. And so we need to be really mindful about making sure that the monitoring that's being done is the right monitoring, and that we're not committing ourselves to either very long-term monitoring or very expensive monitoring if it's not going to really, in the end, be all that helpful in moving us through that cycle and making decisions. Next. So I just want to come back to our example and just talk a little bit through how the guidelines will help us as we move through our phase this year of kind of going through a big wheel reevaluation of the prairie dog management program. Next. So this is no longer the expedited process. We completed that. This is now kind of the reevaluation of the implementation of that. So it doesn't have a name yet. It's been irrigated agriculture restoration and prairie dog review. Next. And so again, we're going to be going through these adaptive management guidelines and test running how they help us as we go through the process of adaptive management here. And the ones that I've highlighted in red are the ones that really apply in this case. Others have to do with sort of the implementation of the guidelines, training of staff, that kind of thing. Next. So we've obviously gone through this sort of big wheel cycle several times for prairie dogs through the years. And we're certainly committed to following the process through this reevaluation. Next. And then second, looking at that sliding scale. The uncertainty around the issue is pretty low. We've now gathered a lot of information, had a lot of conversations. We have really amazing data on our prairie dog populations. The impact risk is high, both to agricultural production as well as native grassland ecosystems and native wildlife species. The stakeholder involvement I have here is medium, the level of controversy is medium. Many times with prairie dogs, that's sort of an automatic high. But this is more of a just a reevaluation and a refocusing of the program rather than a wholesale reevaluation of what we do with prairie dogs on open space. So we'll see as the scope of this shapes up, but this is not quite like some previous processes that some of you have been through or have been community members watching, where controversy is extremely high. This is the scale of this is a little bit less dramatic, I guess. We have long-term data trends to help inform this. But we still want to provide plenty of public opportunity for review. So certainly the board will be instrumental in that starting, I believe in May with a written update, and then we'll be coming back with an actual item for you. Next. And then number 3, addressing site-specific problems while taking into account cumulative effects. This is really important here. Just like so many of our planning processes, we're focused on one section of the system, and considering the system-wide prairie dog, grassland, and agricultural management goals and how we're doing system-wide is really important, so that we're supporting those system-wide goals while we're focusing on our specific area. And also looking at full lease areas, not just individual properties. Prairie dog colonies tend to be on one or just a couple of properties, but tenants are affected at the lease area scale, not just on individual properties or individual fields. Next. And then reduce lags between data collection and decision making. This is one that for prairie dogs, luckily we're in really good shape. We're very practiced at collecting the data annually and analyzing the data annually, reporting out on it annually, and using it to inform our plans. So, but it's definitely important here that as this data is gathered, that we're moving it forward into the process to inform decisions. And then including adaptive management planning as part of the project initiation. Obviously, we had been thinking about this when we went through the last process, because we'd been very explicit about the fact that a review would be included at some future time as we had more information. But this is certainly important across open space for project managers to be considering as they're looking at projects that are coming up. Next. 6 is establishing pre-identified thresholds. And we do have a lot of established thresholds and indicators for prairie dogs, and now for ag as well. So the grassland and agricultural management plans provide us some of those thresholds and things that we're monitoring for. For prairie dogs, it's things like acres of occupied prairie dog colonies, system-wide occupancy of grassland preserves, percentage of prairie dog occupancy that's in a protected management status, percentage of irrigated land that is leased is one of the indicators from the agricultural management plan that's very relevant to prairie dog conflict management. And we likely will identify some additional thresholds to help us know when we've been successful in this prairie dog program, and or what might trigger us into some new or different action or reevaluation again if what we're doing isn't quite getting us where we want to be. And this is one that is potentially controversial. There are a lot of very invested community members. The tenants are obviously extremely invested in this, and it's, directly affects their personal livelihood. So while we're collecting all of the data and looking at these thresholds and indicators, this is one where we also want to be mindful of the fact that the decisions are informed by that data and by those thresholds, but also by a whole suite of other factors that play into something like this. Next. And then evaluating the costs and trade-offs. Monitoring prairie dogs annually is very expensive and time-consuming, not money expensive, but staff intensive. But it's ongoing, and we've been doing it for decades, and it certainly will be continuing into the future. And it's part of our every year work plan. It's part of our staffing and budgeting. And prairie dog and agricultural restoration is expensive, whether it's the restoration of the agriculture, the lethal control, the prairie dog relocation. And so evaluating cost and trade-offs is always integral to these conversations of prairie dog management, but certainly for other projects, that's something that we always want to keep in mind towards is the cost and the trade-offs of the alternatives, as well as the costs of what we're committing ourselves to in monitoring or reevaluation. Next. So the next steps for the guidelines, today we are receiving and considering feedback from OSBT. We'll be conducting additional staff engagement on the guidelines and revising as appropriate through those processes with staff. The guidelines have been reviewed by a number of staff, but we haven't had a full kind of department-wide outreach and engagement opportunity yet. To continue evaluating how to best implement the guidelines in OSMP operations, and then periodically evaluate and revise the guidelines as needed. I mean, we need to adaptively manage our adaptive management as we learn new things and get better at it. So I think
It's a wheel within a wheel.
it really is. I think that's the last slide for this section. Let's go to the next. Yes. So I think we're going to pause here, right, for any questions or conversation. Adaptive management.
Well, I'll jump in, not to be too shy. I'm interested in the slide that showed you, should have written down what number slide it was or something. The slide that shows you looking again at thresholds. And you had a bullet that said TBD additional thresholds or something like that. One of my questions is, you've been looking at thresholds regarding prairie dog occupancy for obvious reasons. And restoration of those ag lands. Questions have come up in the last year or so from ranchers, lessees, from OSBT members about the receiving sites. And I'm wondering if you have conceived of, could give us examples of the kinds of thresholds that conceivably, without, recording this and saying, we're going to hold you to it. But what types of thresholds might you frame that have to do with receiving sites, for instance, in your next round here?
So, I mean, I can't be absolutely sure of this, but I don't know that we'll be creating any new thresholds around receiving sites. The grassland plan has a pretty robust set of receiving site criteria that a site has to meet before it would be used as a receiving site. And then there are broader criteria around like occupancy of grassland preserves and when we would and would not relocate into them. So if those are,
I'm almost looking at the other end, though, not the what qualifies as a receiving site, but when are we impacting that receiving site too much? And there are some things that in my mind are real big question marks, like the decisions about the grasses on the burned areas near Superior are doing just fine, when you can't see beneath the ground and see what's happening with the root structure of those grasses and what impact a season of fire has had on root health, for instance. I mean, those are huge unknowns that you're not going to be able to answer that question. So my question is, how do you frame some threshold statements about receiving sites being impacted enough or too much, or they're still good receiving sites, they can still handle more, when there are obviously some questions that can't be addressed?
Well, so I mean, the fire one is certainly an interesting one, because you're right, that's not really included in the, that wasn't a circumstance that was discussed as part of the grassland plan. We haven't discussed whether we would create something specific for that, because it tends to be, the conditions would be so different in each location and each fire. I think it would be very difficult to do that. But in general, the vegetation criteria for receiving sites are designed to do what you're talking about. So,
but isn't that before prairie dogs are transferred to those sites?
Yes.
So my question is at the other end. Once they've been used as receiving sites for years, then what criteria do you use to say this is still a viable receiving site, as opposed to it's being overused and we're probably having an impact on the vegetation in this area, and we probably ought not to use it as a receiving site anymore. You know, the stop using it as opposed to start using it question.
We can certainly discuss that. That was not on our list of something to create. Typically, the length of time for which a receiving site is used is based on prairie dog density numbers. And that's all done through this. So the site qualifies to begin with. Portions of the site qualify to begin with. And then within those portions, based on a typical relocation density, we relocate until we've reached that, which is, I think 3 years is the longest that has been. I think at Richardson.
And I guess my question is, how do you determine the number of prairie dogs or density of prairie dogs on a site is acceptable in terms of the vegetation itself?
So that is done in conjunction with the permitting and with the state biologists. So that is not something that we specifically determine. Yeah, go ahead. Lynn, if you
Yeah, I was going to ask if Lynn had anything to say because I see Heather looking over at Lynn.
Yeah, I mean, we're I think what you're getting at is over time after relocating too, and then there are changes in the vegetation and soils and so forth. And for a number of years, this goes on, and there may not be additional relocations, but the prairie dogs occupy and they change the
vegetation near
to a different state for a period of time. We don't really have, we don't evaluate. I think the anticipation is there is going to be that change. There will be different states of that community as long as the prairie dogs are there. And then the indicators that we use, the vegetation indicators we use are more for after they die off, then there's recovery. Then we, we sort of look at how that vegetation and
more occupancy,
the soil, the bare ground, at least that structure is changing over time. But we don't have in place any look at particular colonies and
right. And I think that some of that was built into the grassland plan criteria. So prairie dogs are an important component of native grasslands. And so those impacts and those transitions to plant communities will exist if we're going to support prairie dogs in our native grasslands. And so things like the 10% threshold for grassland preserve occupancy for relocation, only putting prairie dogs back into previous prairie dog colonies, not into new places. Those were all intended to allow us to support prairie dogs without expanding the footprint of prairie dog impacts in the native grasslands. And then through time, when we do have population cycles, making sure that those areas have sufficient time to recover so that they can be somewhat resilient in the face of prairie dog occupancy.
Before there's more occupancy.
Yeah, so it's not specific criteria exactly addressing what you're talking about, but the intention was that those other criteria should put us in a place where we have some balance between supporting prairie dogs in our native ecosystems and supporting, especially those plant communities that don't withstand prairie dog grazing well.
And it wasn't quite accurate in saying that we don't ever look at occupied prairie dogs, vegetation and occupied prairie dog colonies. We have actually worked with David Buckner, ESCO Associates in the past to set up a whole study of vegetation in and out of prairie dog colonies. And what does that look like over time? And that data was used to develop the grassland plan criteria. It was definitely put to use as we worked on the grassland plan.
So I think probably any new thresholds or criteria like that would be more within the scope of a grassland plan update, if and when that were to happen, because all of those pieces of the grassland plan are so tightly interwoven with each other that dealing with just individual pieces kind of outside of the whole is a difficult task to do in a good way. I think looking at how relocation interplays with our removal from irrigated agriculture is certainly what we're looking at. And what what we're looking at now is a situation where the grassland preserve receiving sites aren't really available because of the occupancies. We've reached those thresholds that were created in the grassland plan to help ensure what you're talking about, where we still have thriving native plant communities in our grassland preserves. And so that is certainly part of what we're talking about is how does that impact the management of the irrigated agricultural lands and prairie dog conflict when the conditions.
You have to
that
have
we
a
were-
receiving site for
Right,
that.
right, where the conditions that we were discussing in 2020 look very different now.
And you know, the vegetation indicators that we have, the species richness, native cover, and non-native cover, those are applied grassland planning area wide to the different conservation targets, but those really, at this point, those create the thresholds where if we want the, and we've stated in the grassland plan, we want this indicator to be in a good status, for the mixed grass prairie and that kind of thing. So those are sort of our vegetation thresholds that we use across plant communities. And in many cases, our long-term monitoring ends up in prairie dog occupied areas as well as not.
Right. That's very helpful. Thank you. And I think the example that you've delved into, the whole prairie dog management collection of issues, constellation of issues, I would even say, is a good example of having thresholds that are specific enough that they can guide next steps. And I think in some of the kinds of management challenges that we've tried to address through the adaptive management process have not had clearly identified thresholds, and that's where they fall short. And the example that is seared into my mind is the meeting that we had with Steve Armstead 4 years ago, I want to say, about the dog seasonal leash requirement for dogs in riparian drainages. Data that showed that the expected compliance rate was something like 90%, and the observed compliance was in the 50 to 60%, which obviously means that threshold was not met. And yet there was no pre-identified action to be taken. And so everybody just shrugged their shoulders and said, well, we can't do anything.
How do you set thresholds? Like some people might say those thresholds that were set at that time were arbitrary. It was a percentage that was thrown out there. I get setting thresholds is important. Another example would be the Flagstaff nighttime parking regulations. We didn't really set a threshold. How do we know whether the program has worked or not? This will be a question that comes up in April when you present the results of the 22 pilot. How do we know? We didn't have thresholds set. But this example, we had thresholds set, but I'm not sure that that was rooted in any real data of it needs to be at 95%. It's at 6, whatever percent it was, and now it's deemed unsuccessful because we're not certain about what is the wildlife situation there right now. What is happening? And so was my takeaway is that we are examining
what the wildlife activity is to see whether that's even, given that we've moved the trails in that particular area, whether that's even necessary in that particular area, seasonal leashing.
Well, and I would also describe it as we did monitoring. We daylighted and we're very transparent about the date, the monitoring. Where the monitoring was saying we fell short of where planned thresholds were. We took that monitoring, we enhanced the signage out there. We then, the next year, we enhanced the signage with direct patrols from our rangers and our outreach staff to those areas to do more direct patrol. And we've coupled that now with a bear habitat assessment of, were we as accurate as we wanted to be when we set that plan in 2005 of that those are the specific areas where our staff feels it's most appropriately applied. And we'll be coming back to the board with our bear habitat assessment, suitability assessment, to couple all these things. So I understand maybe the frustrations of the length of time maybe this is taking, but I wouldn't say that we've just thrown up our arms and said, we're forgetting about it. I think it's been a part of our conversations for 3 years now. And where it will be part, I think it's, I don't know when, but later this summer, I think we're coming back with
Early third quarter. maybe.
early third quarter, coming back with a habitat assessment, which was specifically asked for from, well, inferred by this board, and I asked our staff to go to work on this. And so, I mean, I think that's some action. I wouldn't say we just throw up our arms.
Well, and that's a good example too of some of the guidelines that are talking about things like we need to be really mindful about committing ourselves to monitoring and evaluating the cost of that. You know, we came back from that discussion and said, okay, how do we evaluate the impacts on bears of the dogs on leash and the dogs off leash? And we looked at a variety of options for that. And really collecting that data was, if feasible, extremely expensive and very difficult to do. So some of it we just simply wouldn't be, I mean, the way that you do that is you put collars on bears, and that just is not something that we have the resources or the capability of doing. So, you know, some of those guidelines are about getting the answer that would make this decision easy. We have to make sure that if we're committing to that, you know, it's being taken in the whole suite of things that we need to be committing to. And so sometimes that uncertainty is going to remain somewhat uncertain, unfortunately. And we just need to know that as we're making decisions and having the conversations, and be very transparent about when, you know, we don't have all of the information that it would be really nice to have to set thresholds very clearly with everybody that everybody can agree on. And sometimes we have proxy data, or we have data from somewhere else, or data on a different species, or data in a slightly different situation that we can lean on to help with that. But that's one of the biggest challenges that we face with adaptive management, is that there is a huge amount of uncertainty in a lot of the things that we're managing. And the reality is that we will have to manage and make decisions with that uncertainty in some cases.
And I just want to acknowledge that has, over the past 50 years of this program, have there been a lot of program decisions and initiatives where we haven't applied this rigor to it? Absolutely. I mean, we could probably point to some ongoing things right now where this rigor. So I think the question before here is, where have we maybe failed in the past or not applied this? But the question here is, we now have this new set of guidelines. Do we feel like we're in the right direction? Do we feel like this is a step forward? We want to commit as a staff to start utilizing it. So, I mean, I think for the remaining minutes, it might be more productive instead of saying where we might have failed of applying this. But going forward, is this a step in the right direction? What's your feedback on what we're coming forward with?
Well, and learning from the past, right?
Oh, sure. But
So I was looking at some of the documents from the past. When I came on the board in 2020, there was a lot of prairie dog talk going on. All different stakeholders and establishments, prairie dog working group. I think that staff did a really good job with what was given and going on, because like we all said, and we all know, it's complicated, right? There's a lot of moving factors when it comes to it. So I think that the outline was good. So if you Google it, the first thing that pops up is a 17-page document that we have. And this one talks about implementation of the preferred alternative and adaptive management. And we say here, give me 1 second. My eyes are bad with everyone else's tonight. Consistent with best resources conservation practices as described in OSMP master plan, staff's commitment to take an adaptive approach to this project for each aspect of the project, each year implementation for 2021 and 2022. Staff will be reviewing and modifying practices in real time to improve efficiency, effectiveness, and consistency with the preferred alternative. On an annual basis, staff will report out what we've learned in partnership with other agencies, researchers, ag tenants, contractors, and neighbors, and progress taking the actions described in the preferred alternative. This, based upon learning, will be shared with the community, presented and appropriate, including budget recommendations to the Open Space Board of Trustees and City Council. Staff have tried not to forecast specific actions beyond 2022. It may be that practices described in the preferred alternative are found to be appropriate to continue in out years. However, because so much depends upon changes in environmental conditions, precipitation, plague, our understanding of grasslands ecology, economic shifts, and other factor changes, an approach will be needed in the future. Revised actions will be developed for 2023 and beyond. And I think that that's where we are tonight and what we're trying to do. I think my feedback would be, well, I think everyone's doing a good job with prairie dogs because, again, it's very complicated. When I looked at the slides, the slide number 1, like adaptive management number 1, to me would need to be number 10. And all of those criteria and evaluations would be what would lead to the adaptive management. And I just think that we need to recognize as a whole that there is some timidness and fear related to prairie dogs that exists everywhere with prairie dogs, and related to public reaction and how people are going to react to any alternative methods for prairie dogs. So when I was looking at it, it seemed like even if we had something to where we had really good guidelines and policies, depending on what and how the public would feel, that would and could cause a very big shift in the program being implemented. And that's true, right? Because we'll work with other partnerships and other groups, and that may be the way that that will go. But I think acknowledging that and really deciding who is going to be our main stakeholders, if it's going to be, our farmers, our irrigated lands, if people have properties and 20% of their property, their fields are unworkable because of too many prairie dogs on it. And then at the same time of being sensitive to the public, being able to advocate, for our stakeholders as well. So I just think really acknowledging that and then having those really firm, scope, purpose, practice of what we really want to do, knowing that it's a hot button issue, and being able to work always, with other people that we work with for it, but really make some firm decisions on who and what we're trying to protect, and then make those adaptive management plans related from that. So, but I think we've done,
Is tonight, I know that I thought tonight was mainly about the new guidelines that you have about adaptive management. You're using the example of prairie dogs, but now it's a prairie dog conversation. Was that your intention? Because we're 40 minutes past and I just want to do a time check of like
Well, when we
what we're
look,
trying to accomplish tonight.
we could have provided 5 or 6 different examples. We realized each of them had the risk of talking about the subject matter rather than an example of, does this framework sound like it's a good start? Any suggestions for things you want the staff to consider to improve about the framework? But you're absolutely right. But we thought the prairie dog was a really good one to talk about all the pieces of the adaptive management guidelines, but the intent tonight is to get your feedback on where we're going with it, because we would like to start rolling this out staff-wide. We have a number of staff who helped develop it, but we want to have all staff meetings, which we can introduce it, and management team meetings and get this incorporated. And so that's where we're going next. And if you would like to provide any feedback on the guidelines itself tonight, that was the intent.
I mean, I think we're headed the right direction with the guidelines in relation to synthesizing our input from the retreat and doing the crosswalk. I thought that was very helpful. You know, I look at the big wheel and I look at the small wheel, and I want to make sure that we're always looking for the opportunities to. It's a two-way street. We're not always making things more restrictive. Is that working? If it's not, let's back it up. And so I just want to make sure that and it seems like that happens at the number 7 stage, where we'd revisit this and say, is this working? If not, we don't necessarily keep adding more restrictions. We maybe revisit the whole approach. So I just want to make sure that that is part of our discipline in the big wheel, small wheel approach. It's not sort of explicitly laid out in this, but I think that's what's intended.
Would protocol be a word that you guys would use, like for what you've presented tonight, that this will be an adaptive management protocol that can be implemented across any number of subjects that we have? Would you say that, or would you not say that?
Essentially, we talked a lot about kind of what term to use, and we really landed on, and Dan, you may have more to say about this, but we really landed on guidelines because the conditions in which we're using adaptive management vary so widely that we wanted to make sure that it was not it needs to be used, but because the way that it will be applied will vary vastly depending on what the project is that we're talking about. Guidelines felt like the right level of
verbiage.
Yeah, but I don't know, Dan, I know you had thought.
No, that's good. I mean, we're best practices. We were throwing out some more. Yeah, we landed on guidelines through conversations like this where it's more philosophically based, but
we do have a guideline in there about a template, which I think I mentioned, and that's how we're thinking we can make it so it doesn't just go on the shelf and alongside some other BMPs, is during our annual project planning, check a box if it has adaptive management, and then here's your template, and make some notes in there. And yes, I read the guidelines. I checked the uncertainty and the stakeholder involvement criteria, and therefore I'm gonna go whole hog on this thing, and that triggers additional staff conversation as you go into project planning. So yeah, we're looking for a way, regardless of what we call it, to make it have a little bit of rigor or focused attention or teeth, if you will, internally.
So in getting board feedback on guidelines, I do think that this is a good step and is well worth pursuing. My suggestion would be that if you identify, again, a couple of projects, upcoming, where you can kind of definitively show, how the guidelines were used, that would be an excellent example, kind of, I don't know, a year from now or next fall or whenever, to kind of come back and say, okay, how did that work? So that we said this somewhat facetiously a few minutes ago, but we are adapting the adaption. And I think that would be helpful for the board to kind of better understand, kind of the effectiveness and utility of the guidelines. If we kind of lay out, okay, here's a project and here's kind of how we're going to proceed. And then we get conversation in whatever time period and figure out whether that worked or not. One thing I just wanted to real quickly bring up on the thresholds. There's a sentence on page 19 on on guideline 6, establish pre-identified thresholds that I don't know, it really was confusing me. And I still don't understand exactly what it says. So I'm going to ask Brian, I think you're probably the one. It's on page 19, what the third paragraph under guideline 6. At the end of that paragraph, it says, when appropriate, empowering staff to efficiently adapt management based on not meeting identified thresholds or desired conditions can lead to efficient and effective adaptive management.
Negative or something. Okay, we'll work on a revision there.
We'll adaptively
was
manage
late at
this
night.
thing.
That was after 1 AM, I
Yeah,
think.
that was a late edition.
So anyway, yeah, I was confused and just want to know if I'm missing something or whether in fact that doesn't really say what
I think
I needed.
Artificial intelligence robot wrote that.
I do think that part of that was intended, and the way it's written, it doesn't do much of anything. Especially to address that small wheel of making sure that staff feel that if we have thresholds and we're not meeting them, then it's time to change something. And that's not necessarily these thresholds on these big, complex,
Right.
controversial projects. But, you know, kind of encouraging staff to do that little wheel on the day-to-day. Gosh, you know, the amount of forage isn't what we were looking for, so we need to shift something, or that, you know, just those empowering staff to be constantly doing that.
So I'm in complete agreement on that, but if we can state that a little better, that would be helpful. Because I think that's an important point, that, you know, that day-to-day, you know, or somewhat timely, both, you know, analysis and response is certainly very important, so that you're not tied to necessarily the big wheel timeframe or context, but that you're able to make those adjustments in a more timely manner, as long as they're as long as they're understood that they're recorded and you know, there's some record of that, I guess. But I think the guidelines are a good step. And, you know, and I imagine that they will need to be, you know, adjusted probably as we go along, but I think they're a good first step. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, it's basically, I think this conversation, as you've all said, you know, started probably a couple of years ago at the board retreat. And it's gratifying to have you kind of come forward with this stuff.
Well, it's a good example of the board staff collaborations, right? You know, it's you, to your credit, you prompted us to take a deeper look at it, and that timeframe might not have happened without that discussion at the retreat. So.
One additional point that has to do with timing, and you hit on this, Heather, when you said for each project or each issue, the timing's going to be different depending on the challenge that you're addressing. With the New Zealand mud snail, there are statements like the goal is to reduce the spread, and that the trigger is additional spread. And my question has to do with timing. I mean, I remember Mike Patton carrying around a little vial of these mud snails and pulling it out and saying, see these things? That was like 10 years ago in Boulder Creek. And now we have the challenge of it going all the way up to some point on South Boulder Creek. So how do we decide with an organism like that and the control of it when additional spread is triggered and when it's not acceptable and when it is? And
So one thing that I would say is it's not control. We have no ability to control them. So our thresholds are.
But you've done a huge amount of work at South Mesa Trailhead. I mean,
we have, so our strategy currently, after going through our whole evaluation of our process, our original strategy was to close areas of creek with mud snails so that people and dogs wouldn't pick them up and move them elsewhere. That didn't work, and they did get spread. So our approach at this point is to close the unimpacted stretches of our very high quality creeks in an effort to keep them from getting brought there. So that's our current strategy. And the only threshold is, are there snails there or are there not? We originally were measuring densities. This is back like in 2007, 2008, thinking, well, we can just close the really high density ones. What we found is that those populations crash and climb based on conditions that we don't understand. And so a place that was super high density in 1 year, 3 years later was super low density and vice versa. So that turned out not to be a helpful metric. So right now what we are doing is presence or absence of snails. And we monitor system-wide every single year to detect if and when they've shown up someplace. And we certainly have not closed all of the creeks on our system that don't have mud snails. It's only the stretches that are exceptionally high quality aquatic habitat with.
And high visitation or not?
Those happen to overlap. That the areas that are very high quality are also high visitation. I mean, the method of infrastructure and stuff is definitely influenced by the level of visitation, so that the section between 36 or between South Boulder Road and upstream, to 93, it isn't fenced and stuff. It's just signed because there isn't a lot of use of the creek there. South Mesa Trailhead obviously is a very high visitation area with a lot of established creek access there. So the level of infrastructure is different, but the strategy is the same. It's just kind of responding to the level of use and what's necessary to protect that. So
if in one of your annual surveys there is presence there,
that would trigger a reevaluation of our program.
Okay, so there's no planned action for when that happens. It's just, we'll think about it when it happens.
Yeah, at this point, that's right, because we really were trying to, in as quick a time frame as we possibly could, respond to what was going on and come up with what we could do right then, which is kind of the place that we're at now.
So is that thinking going on in the background, or is just waiting for?
People are always thinking about that stuff. Staff have a lot of projects that they're working on. So they're also not, constantly sitting thinking about all the possibilities that might happen. But obviously, we're putting a lot of effort into monitoring, and we're also funding research projects to look at what the impact to the native invertebrate community is in streams with and without mud snails, to better understand how deleterious it really is to have them in our streams and how substantial that impact to the native invertebrates is, which would help inform that, how do we respond if they show up?
I saw that listed as one of the research projects. Is that ongoing this year, or was that last year and you have results?
That's new for
It's
this
a
year.
new one. We've been funding a contractor who's been doing invertebrate surveys, but the funded research project is more of a specifically designed study to look at that. Thanks.
Aaron, I would like to bring Ann on because we do have two more subject matters that Ann is going to be
Under
covering.
this topic, you're still going to move on to, okay.
Yeah,
Go for it.
we had,
I am going to leave.
okay,
I will dial in and listen to the rest of the meeting.
great.
I have an early big day tomorrow. I've had a big one today.
Yep.
And we are 1 hour past our
Yep.
time.
Yep, thank you. We just had, staff such as Ann put some time and effort into getting ready today, and we can, whoever wants to stick around 15 more minutes, and then we could wrap it up.
I'm sorry, Ann.
Oh, no problem. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We
Okay.
can't see you though.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you, trustees, for staying late. And I'd also like to thank the staff who have supported the funded research program this year. So Leah, if you want to move to the next slide, please. So the funded research program is one branch of OSMP's Learning Lab. As such, it promotes OSMP's master plan strategies to develop a learning lab approach to conservation and recreation. This approach is not new. The City of Boulder Charter formally recognizes the value of open space land for scientific inquiry. And since 1995, OSMP has supported scientific research by investing in this small grant program that provides competitive grants to external researchers, creating a legacy that is possible due to Boulder's continued support of our local sales tax. So thank you. Next slide. The goals of the funded research program are to work with the scientific community to address both short and long-term management needs and information gaps. So this requires thinking broadly and boldly, but also planning for the reality of laboratory without real controls. The FRP, the funded research program, also provides a mechanism for training scientists and land managers. And we provide opportunities for scientists to ask questions on the working landscape and to develop natural history skills and to have ongoing conversations with resource coordinators and land managers. And OSMP in turn is challenged to think critically about our data and the implications of research on managing our resources. The funded research program also solidifies our relationship with the research community. And this often introduces staff to cutting edge technology, analysis, and modeling methods, and a community of ideas, which is really awesome. And then the funded research program finally helps us to view open space as an integral part of the Front Range so that we can connect and compare open space research results to that of the region and even the larger world. Next slide. The funded research program runs on an annual grant cycle that starts each fall at the lowest step of these staircases when staff pull together their most pressing research and management topics, the priority topics. And our requests for proposal go out in early November historically with a maximum request of $10,000. And the timing is coordinated with partner agencies so that we can address some of the bigger, broader questions across multiple land agencies. Our OSMP funded research program has a website that's pictured on the right, and that provides all the needed information for applicants that are applying for funding. And then OSMP, yeah, go back. Thank you, Leah. OSMP staff do the proposal reviews based on management and scientific merit, as well as quality and feasibility of methods, personal qualifications, and access to needed resources. And that happens in early winter, and then we select the projects, and that's where we are now. We've selected 11 funded projects, and staff are starting to work with the researchers to conduct research and get out in the field. And then the final step is we expect final reports at the end of the year. And we have a website also where those final reports will ultimately land. It's called the Independent Research Studies website, or OSMP's Independent Research Study Sites. Next slide, Leah. So you see here, and also in your memo, there's 11 projects listed representing 2 universities and a consulting company and a regional mushroom center. One project I wanted to note funded, led by Jonathan Henn, was funded by all 3 of our partner agencies. That's Boulder County Parks and Open Space, City of Longmont, and Jefferson County Open Space. And we'll go into more detail about some of these projects on the next slide. So the 11 funded projects intersect some really important research themes for open space and mountain parks. First, we selected a number of projects that begin to address these emerging, that are filling gaps in baseline inventories. And this information is what you need before you start evaluating emerging threats or their role in ecosystem processes. And then there's a number of projects that are beginning to address these emerging threats to ecosystem health and visitor experience. You mentioned New Zealand mud snail. We have a project related to that, nutrient input to ponds, frog deformities, starting to look at anthropogenic noise and fire and drought. For some projects, researchers plan to evaluate what characteristics of organisms and of ecosystems might increase their resilience or resistance to these threats and stresses. And I've listed a few of those there. And then finally, there's some projects that aim to develop tools that use analysis and synthesis and modeling to inform science-based management or decision-making. So I'm going to highlight just a few of those themes with some specific proposal examples. Next slide. Researchers will be filling gaps in our knowledge of what we might call cryptic or hidden species with their inventories of fungi, where only the fruiting bodies appear above ground, or lichens that can be obscure or vibrant sometimes, but they often are challenging to identify. So a strength of these projects is how they'll address habitat affinities and traits that may explain species functions. So for example, researchers will explore the potential role of some of the fungi in restoration by attempts to culture them in the lab, or evaluate how lichen traits contribute to their survival in extreme environments. And both of these projects propose ways to educate in our communities about these organisms. So some good outreach going on that will be going on. Next slide. We talked a little about this growing concern for open space for the spread of the New Zealand mud snail and the impact that their invasion will have on our stream ecosystems. So this project by Preston et al. Will evaluate how New Zealand mud snails are affecting native aquatic stream invertebrates by leveraging historic data from surveys conducted in the mid-1990s, repeating those surveys at those same locations and adding new survey sites where the densities of New Zealand mud snails are high and invertebrate diversity can be co-measured. So we'll be able to assess how New Zealand mud snails are correlated with native invertebrate density, richness, and composition. And some of the anticipated results will have implications for understanding effects of New Zealand mud snails on native fish assemblages and recreational trout fisheries, because each of those depends on native invertebrates as prey. Next slide. And here we're highlighting a study that proposes quantifying and modeling variability in grassland fuels across the landscape of open space and mountain parks, Boulder and Jefferson County and Longmont open space, using biomass harvest to estimate fuels and fuel moisture and vegetation mapping and remotely sensed data to better extrapolate fuel variability across the landscape. Models can be better customized to our grasslands and then tested under different seasons, different weather conditions, and fire behavior scenarios, potentially highlighting areas on our landscape to evaluate for fuel treatments. Next slide. You can learn more about past research at the 2023 Front Range Open Space Research Symposium. OSMP is hosting the symposium in partnership with Boulder County Parks and Open Space, City of Longmont, Jefferson County Open Space. And OSMP staff, Alicia Alexander, is coordinating that effort. Registration is required, and As with previous years, the intent of the symposium is to help inspire and increase coordination, collaboration, and partnership among scientists, staff, and the community. Next slide, please. During this event, we'll hear from 6 scientists who have conducted research across open space lands on important land management issues. Some of these topics include fire, recreation, and even the intersection of recreation and business. So just to remind you, the symposium is April 14th from 8:30 to 12:30 at the CU Seek building. All right, next slide, Leah. So moving on to publications. Next slide, please. We wanted to provide an update on the peer-reviewed publications that are based on research on open space and mountain parks land. You have in your memo a long list of publications, and we've included a list of 47 manuscripts published in the last 4 years. These include both funded research and unfunded research, covering a really broad range of topics. So for wildlife, we've had 18 publications in those years, and those have asterisks on them, including 8 on mammals, 5 insects, 4 on birds, and 1 on fish. And their human counterparts are also well studied, with 9 publications on the human dimensions of recreation. So, and you'll also find that open space staff are well represented as authors. Those are highlighted on the in the memo. Next slide, please. So we have one publication highlight. This one is an example of a publication that can be relevant to recreation planning. And you'll also notice that our own Heather Swanson and Will Keeley are authors, co-authors on this one. This is a study by Lewis et al. That addresses the importance of understanding the time of day that recreation occurs and how human activity patterns overlap with daily activity patterns of different wildlife species. It's based on using wildlife cameras to understand the potential effects on animal populations. So the objectives of the study were to evaluate whether recreation influenced if animals occupied a site, also if there were reduced relative habitat use of a site, and or if it altered their daily activity patterns. And that's kind of what this slide is showing. The graph has time on the x-axis and the level of activity or proportion of activity on the y-axis. And we're looking at Abert's squirrel, and it seemed to have changed its activity pattern in response to human recreation. The way to interpret this is if you look at the solid line, that is activity level on a game trail where there was minimum human activity. And you can see that Abert's squirrel concentrates its activity right at midday. If you look at the dotted line, that is Abert's squirrel activity on a trail that had heavy recreation use. And you'll notice that it's shifting activity either before or after that midday peak where it would normally be more active on a game trail. So can presumably interpret this to mean that it is shifting activity in relation to higher human activity on the trail. So if you have questions on this, we'll let Heather answer them and when we move on to questions, but I'm just hoping this kind of whets your appetite for some of the 46 other research publications that you can read to learn more about OSMP's Learning Lab. Next slide, Leah. So with that, just opening it up if you have anything left in you for questions.
And I have a question, and thanks very much. That was very informative, and I appreciate it this late hour that you're hanging in there. So how much is the budget for the funded research program?
It is 80,000 right now, and we've actually not spent quite all of that. It was like 78,000, but we did use some CIP funds where the project was very closely related to the goal of using those monies. And it's been pretty steady at 80,000, I think, for a while, yeah.
It was down to zero for a while, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, there were a number of years where we didn't run the funded research program, and I think it started back up around 2013. Does that sound right, Ryan?
Yeah, we kind of revitalized it in 2015 funding rate. And we were just talking about what are interagency funding rates compared to ours. We have the biggest pot of money. But we offer one of the smaller award sizes we're learning. Some other groups are offering 15, and Dan has sort of asked us about inflation. Is 10 enough? And so that's something we're going to evaluate this year and either offer fewer at 15 and keep it at 80 or grow the size of the pot. So
You still get a lot of proposals, right?
yeah, our funding rate is about 50 to 70%. So we're turning down half of the stuff we receive, which is not great, but it's also actually really great for most funding agencies. Like our National Science Foundation is 2% funding rate or something. So it's a reliable source of funding for some labs, and they come back year after year. We kind of love building that relationship. It's a great way for them to start thinking about, I can recruit a grad student if I can plan to get a small grant out of OSMP, and then they're working in the backyard instead of setting them up to Niwot or somewhere else.
All the way out to Niwot.
All the way out to Kansas, all right.
Niwot, Kansas, okay.
I think this is a very important program, and I think critical for, informing management decisions. And I think, again, for, an open space department to support a program like this is still pretty unusual. Just so you know, another historical perspective, when we first started this, actually we called it the Small Grants Program in the early 1990s, we scratched and clawed to get about $5,000 to actually fund the program. And it's really reassuring to see that it's growing to this point, and it's an extremely important program.
I agree.
And I would add that small grants program supported me every summer to my doctoral.
It's a little more than what we started with.
Yes, it was.
So it grows good staff.
And we also still have a lot of unfunded research that happens on
Very
it.
good point, yeah. Yeah,
Thank
you'll
you
see
very
that
much.
when you look at the list of publications, that there's a huge amount of projects that we didn't fund, but we permitted.
Thanks, Ann.
Yeah, thanks, Ann, and thanks, Brian and Alicia and the new team for the last 2 months. It's been a big lift to kind of put this all together. I think it's been super helpful for, I think, the team too, to coalesce around this and not only to inform you all, but it really benefited us too. So, but thanks, Brian, for coordinating all that. And thanks, Heather, for jumping in on supporting the adaptive management conversation. Appreciate that.
Really good presentation.
Yeah. I just want to use 1 minute and rapid fire a couple of things. Just want to let you know that last week, the council did approve the special adjustment to base, which means that we will be able to do some enhancements around our wildfire resiliency programs in 2023, rather than waiting for a new budget cycle. We're going to be increasing some staff within the FIM crew to begin to support a year-round crew, which has traditionally been 9 months. We also might have the ability to start directing a smaller crew to a specific area, flexibility such as at times go into a 3 crew instead of a 2 crew system. So we're super excited about that. that. We're going to get some money to do some more ditch assessments in order to look at priority areas within our ditch corridors and to put some more attention to ditch debris issues. And some equipment purchases to allow us to start working in some steep slopes that traditionally we just been unable to get to. And we're going to be investing in some equipment that would enhance that area. So super excited about the ATV and the new climate tax fund. And I just want to update you on that. Want to let you know that e-bike council dates have been established through our working with the council agenda committee. The big date is June 1st, which will be the public hearing and the staff presentation and hopefully the deliberations on the behalf of council. So as Dave added to the minutes, as soon as memos are developed, we will certainly pass that along to board. We mentioned the open house on 425. And finally, we had some recent conversations through an open comment and then some email exchanges between council and myself about the signage and fencing in the Chautauqua Meadow areas. And I just want to let the trustees know that if you are also getting similar questions, we put out a pretty good response that justified some of our actions through adaptively managing the meadow area. And so hopefully you can find that in order to help support some conversations you may need to have out in the community. So.
Thank you.
Great. Any other dates that you haven't mentioned?
I think that's it. Unless you would like me to mention another date. Do you have something in mind?
It seems to me there's something else coming up. The open house is 425.
14th, April 14th is.
Oh, yeah, the symposium. I had that down, but since that was covered, yeah.
You already did. Okay. Knew there was something else. Great. Is that it?
So, yeah, you're gonna gavel for the last time?
Okay, that concludes our meeting, March 8th, 2023. Thank you.
It's Karen.
I wonder how many